Good evening, everyone. Today is December the 13th of 2022. This is the regular scheduled meeting of the Richland 1 Board of Commissioners. We do have a agenda set before us, but before we state that, we do want to state that the Freedom of Information Act, which is FOIA, the public has been provided access to the live stream of this meeting via the district's website at www.richland1.org, as well as in-person seating with limited seating. At this time, we do need a motion to go into executive session. Devon?
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session to discuss said items on the agenda 3.01 and 3.05.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and properly second to go in executive session. At this time, we open the floor for point of discussion. Commissioner Lominack.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. I'm going to continue to raise the same issue I raised last meeting. I think we should treat HR updates just as we are treating legal updates, which is to say we have agreed that we will no longer use just the phrase legal updates. We'll provide more specificity in the agenda, and I think we should do the same for HR updates. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair, what type of specificity are you requesting?
The same that we now have agreed to do as a result of that lawsuit for legal updates. Some description of what we're going to talk about. We can't say legal updates anymore. We have to provide some specificity. So, for example, we would have to say, we're going back to discuss this case, this pending case. So for HR updates, we should say, we're discussing 4 teacher staff disciplinary issues. I don't think saying just updates is enough. I don't know why we're treating this differently than legal updates. I know that we had to be sued to agree to change what we were doing. I complained about the legal updates for a year. And if we need to get sued about this before we change it, that's fine. I just don't know what the public is, how the public's being served by us not providing more specificity.
To your statement, Commissioner Lominack, and this is one of the things why I really stress training, that you understand what it is that we do when we go into executive session. We don't have any legal updates tonight. We haven't had them in the previous meeting, and we know we need to list legal updates. We don't need to get legal updates confused with HR and personnel matters. Right now, I have a motion on the floor to go into executive session so that we can do what we need to do. You did send me an email, a very confusing email, where you shared that other districts are doing this. And I just need you to specify, because you mentioned, I think, was it Greenville, and what were the districts that you said were doing this?
You know, you can look at the city council and county council. They don't just say HR updates, and other school districts do provide more specificity. But I don't, to be honest, I just think that we should treat HR updates the same way we're treating legal updates, which is to say we will no longer simply say legal updates. We can't say that anymore. That's what we said all last year until the lawsuit. I don't think we should say HR updates. I realize I'll get outvoted on that, but I'm going to continue to raise that as an objection because I just don't understand why we're not willing just to say, when we say HR updates for today, we're going to be talking about 9 disciplinary issues, or we're going to be talking about whatever. I think that would provide enough information so that people knew what we were going to be talking about. Thank you.
Okay, and I want to speak to what you're saying, because I think you're not understanding where I am coming from. Districts don't list those items as in their HR updates or personnel matters. They give the topic in which is going to be discussed, and that is what we have done. We have given the topics of what is going to be discussed. Also, to your point of, because I believe you said that we were violating FOIA. We're not violating FOIA in a statement that you sent me. I want to make sure that that's clear to the public. We're not violating FOIA. That's why it's important to read the law of the state and understand what it was speaking to and why it was saying what it was saying. The district did not get sued, Commissioner Lominack, for us to agree to listing things. I was a part of that settlement meeting. I was in attendance. You were not. There were 5 things that this district agreed to, and I'll read them. And that's to refrain from restricting individual board members from sharing their opinions with the public or the press. Number 2 was to specify with particularity the subject matter of legal advice sought before going into executive session for legal advice. To keep minutes of all topics discussed in executive session, which is 3. And number 4 was to include public comments in the video recording of the regular meeting and in all meeting minutes. And then number 5 was to refrain from using electronic communications to conduct board business during board meetings, which is something I shared with you at the last meeting, that we don't use our personal devices anymore. To refrain from using private electronic for board business. And lastly was to post a recording of a executive session that was recorded secretly by an individual that's no longer on the board. That was the agreement of the things that we needed to change. It had nothing to do with HR. It had nothing to do with personnel matters. And we have Attorney Boykins here, because every meeting, we don't need to start the meeting discussing whether or not the agenda is set correctly. If you can, Attorney Boykins, I'm gonna beg your indulgence tonight, speak to the specific reason of executive session and how that all falls in line when the items are stated that is to be discussed, so that everybody in this room and those in the listening audience can understand we are not violating FOIA. We are following the law. Attorney Boykins.
Madam Chair, board members, is this on? Okay, good. All right. There is some confusion sometimes with executive session, but I would call everybody's attention to section 30-4-70, and with particular emphasis on paragraph B in that section. And I will publish for the board and the public the first sentence, which talks about going into executive session. And the law provides specifically, before going into executive session, the public body shall vote in public on the question. And when the vote is favorable, the presiding officer shall announce the specific purpose of the executive session. And many public bodies, for whatever reason, will list topics under executive session to be discussed. And the law does not prohibit that, but the law does not require that. What is required by the law is once the motion is favorable, that is, they approve the motion to go into executive session, then the presiding officer can and is asked or compelled by law to announce specifically what will be discussed in executive session. So that meets the requirement of the law. And some people go a little further by putting it on the agenda and having it published. But the law, I think, is satisfied if you just list executive session on the agenda. Happy to entertain questions.
Thank you so much, Attorney Boykins. Any questions for Attorney Boykins while we haven't met the mic? Commissioner Lomanak?
I do. And before I ask this question, I do want to point out, and I think maybe it'd be easier if we just post this. There were other things we agreed to as the mediation agreement, not just the topics you mentioned. For example, people can use our names when they give public comment. We can't restrict that. We can't restrict people from their First Amendment rights, whether it's talking about executive session items or talking in public. Attorney Boykins, previously we would list just legal updates. Why did we agree in the mediation agreement that we would no longer do that? Because for years, we would just list legal updates. We would not list the cases that we were going to talk about in executive session. So can you tell me why we decided to stop doing that?
Of course. The board decided to do that to settle the lawsuit.
All right, so that was one of the conditions of settling the lawsuit. Does it not make sense to treat the HR updates in a similar fashion as we treated the legal updates, which is to say, are we just going to wait until the next lawsuit and then settle that as part of that? Or I don't understand why we're treating them differently. Because at the end of the day, we agreed to provide more detail because we want to be transparent. So why do we not do that for HR updates?
You're asking me a question about the board, is that correct? Not
Yes.
a legal question.
Well, both.
Okay.
Both.
The legal question is that it is the board's prerogative. That's the answer to the legal question. The policy question, it falls right into the answer I gave, that it is the board's prerogative. I'm happy to assist the board in working through the matter, but my legal advice has to stop when it approaches the prerogative of the board.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris.
So Attorney Boykins, let me just ask you, because I hear Commissioner Lomanak speaking to legal matters, and I don't want folk to get confused. We're not discussing legal matters tonight, correct? We're discussing HR and personnel updates, and if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Lomanak mentioned, I believe, Greenville and some other districts that list these items. Well, I've been busy today. I've pulled a few agendas. I'm looking at Greenville County School Board meeting that started at 6 o'clock right now, and they have personnel recommendations. I'm looking at Richland 2's agenda, which is tonight. They have employment recommendations, certified releases, et cetera, student appeals, the same thing that we do. So I'm trying to see, I've even pulled Charleston, because these are districts that are the same size as ours. And their agenda pretty much says the same thing. That executive session is discipline appeal, out-of-district transfer requests. We are honoring those things when these items come before us. So I don't want the public or the people to be misled or misguided by mistruths. We're not talking about a legal matter tonight. We're talking about HR and personnel updates. The 3 districts that I just read were some of the districts that Commissioner Lomanak mentioned to me and said that, well, they're doing X, Y, Z. I've researched it. That's not correct. They're doing the same thing that we're doing. There's 79 districts in the state. We practically all do the same, President of the State School Board Association. So it's not about not being transparent. We are being transparent when we say that we're going to do HR and personnel updates, and we talk about administrative hires and leave of absences, hiring of personnel. We are saying to the public what we're going to discuss, but as the attorney just shared with you all and explained to you, the answer to the question was, I gave a question, and that was, I need a motion to go into executive session. It's been moved, it's been properly seconded, we're discussing it. And at a certain point, we will call for the question to vote, which is to vote it up or down. If it is approved, and it's favorable to your words, Attorney Boykins, at that time, the presiding person, which is the chair, will then read those items in which we're going to discuss. It doesn't get any more transparent than that. Transparency is something that we all want, but everybody got to be transparent. And we got to be fair. We can't go out to the public and tell them we are violating the law. We're breaking the law. We're not breaking the law. We're following the law. Commissioner Clyburn?
I don't know if this point is going to, continue to be belabored or not, but I definitely, it saddens me that, there are individuals that continue to misrepresent what we do in this district. And, this transparency thing, no one's hiding anything. No one's, having secret meetings that I know of. I understand that, people have agendas. I understand that people are being asked to do certain things on a daily basis that go against the interests of the district. And I'm not naming names, but it's just becoming clear, on a daily basis. And if you ran for this position with an agenda, with, certain things in mind, then say it. But, just coming up with arbitrary, tactics and, things that's just not what is going to move these kids and grow kids and protect our teachers and give them what they need on a daily basis to teach our children. This is becoming ridiculous. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from any board member before we call for the vote? Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairman Harris. The items that you read from Greenville and Richland 2 and Charleston are exactly the 3.02, 3.03, 3.04, and 3.05 type of items we do list. We list hiring, the personnel recommendations, that's our hiring recommendations. The leave of absence, we do list those. What you won't see on theirs is just personnel updates, and that's what I'm complaining about. So I don't think I was lying when I said that they don't just list an update like that. Because what happens when we go to an executive session is under updates, we're not talking about 3.02, 3, 4, or 5. We're talking about matters that are different than those that are listed, and that's what I'm complaining about. Thank you.
So for clarification, because I'm looking at Greenville's agenda, it says personnel recommendations. So are you saying we should list personnel recommendations?
No, I'm just saying ours, the words they use are different. Ours is hiring of personnel. So I agree that they do list that. They call it personnel recommendations. We call it hiring of personnel. What you don't see, though, is these personnel updates where we don't tell people what we're going to be talking about under personnel updates. Because we're going to go back and we're going to talk about things that are not related to the administrative hire, the leave of absence, or the hiring of personnel. And that's what I'm saying is different. We're going to talk about things that aren't coming before us for a vote, and that we're not listing in the agenda. And I think that is different than what those other districts that you just listed. I'm not going to, let's move, I'm fine with us moving on, but I do think that my point is, I can be accused of a lot of things, and that's fine, but we are doing it different than other school districts, and if we want to be different, that's fine.
Yeah, and at the same time, even in being different, we have to be careful when we're saying that the district is breaking the law. That's my issue. We have an oath to protect, serve, and defend Constitution, but also these children, also the employees of this district. So when it's out here that Richland 1 is again breaking the law, we're not breaking the law, we're following the law. The attorney just came and clearly stated what the law says and even showed that we are following the law. So we just need to make sure that it's clear. If we're seeing no further question or discussion, we will call for the vote. Remember, again, we are voting to go into executive session. We can take this electronically, Eva? Manuel? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose say nay. Ayes have it. Vote is unanimous. And these are the items in which we will be discussing. HR and personnel updates, administrative hire, leave of absence, 2 of them, and the hiring of personnel. At this time, we will recess to go upstairs for executive session, and we will return at the 7:00 p.m. hour. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. If we can come to attention, excited to have so many of our students in the audience on tonight. At this time, we will come to our public session of our regularly scheduled board meeting on tonight. The day is Tuesday, December the 13th of 2022. The Board of Commissioners has been in executive session since the hour of 6 p.m. We did come out at 6:37. There was a motion made by Commissioner Myers. It was seconded by Commissioner Devine. The vote was unanimous from all board members to exit executive session. In executive session, we did discuss 6 employee conduct matters, administrative hire, 2 leave of absences, and the hiring of personnel. At this time, we will call our meeting to order, but before we do that and we approve tonight's agenda, I do want to take a point of personal privilege to recognize our talented students from Bradley Elementary School who have entertained you all while you were sitting and waiting via the video for our meeting to start on tonight. We want to thank the orchestra teacher there, Dr. Alvoy Bryant, the music teacher Meredith Frobaugh, Principal Keziah Myers, and the dedicated faculty and staff of Bradley Elementary for their tireless efforts to create opportunities for our students to perform. So let's give them a round of applause. There is an agenda set before us on tonight. We did do some changes in the agenda to my colleagues because we do have a lot of students on tonight to recognize. We want to get them home and get them rested. So we want to make sure that we allow them to receive their awards and accolades first before we go into the business of the district. At this time, we will call for the invocation, and that's going to be presented on tonight by the Pastor Stanley Latson of Latson Chapel Church in Hopkins, South Carolina, if you'll come to the mic. And good evening, Pastor Latson. We welcome you to our meeting.
Let us pray. God, our Father in heaven, we are so thankful for this time that you have allowed us to gather. For this is the day that you have made, and we are rejoicing, and we're glad. We're glad about our health and our strength. We're in our right minds, and we have the activities of all of our limbs. Lord, we have gone through trials the last few years, but we're grateful that you have taken such good care of us. We ask your blessings now upon everyone here. We ask that you will bless this steering committee as they plan and guide the school district in right paths. We ask, dear Master, your blessings upon the Ford family as their hearts now begin to mend from the loss of a loved one. We ask, Lord, that you will keep us in a perfect peace and help us to keep our minds turned towards you. Help us to know, dear Master, that every decision that we make, every question that is given, we are to be directed by you. We ask, Lord, now for strength. Keep us all in a perfect peace, and we give you thanksgiving, we give you praises. And Lord, we ask a special blessing now as we enter into these celebrating seasons, that you will be with us, your arms are around us, and we will celebrate it in a perfect way. It's for these things we ask in your name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so very much, Pastor Latson, for being with us on tonight, and thank you for all that you do in the Richland One School District. At this time, we will move forward with our agenda adoption. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
It's been moved by Commissioner Bishop and second by Commissioner Devine. We'll open the floor for any question or discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Manual, electronic. Is it up? Yes. Why did my computer go out? Y'all, pardon me, I'm having technical difficulties. Guess it's my turn. Y'all had it before the meeting. It's not coming up. Bobby? Somebody get Bobby? Technology. It's yay. The ayes have it. The vote is unanimous to accept the agenda on tonight. At this time, we will move forward with our public participation. Thank you. This is where an individual can sign up to speak on an agenda or a non-agenda item. We do have individuals that have signed up to speak. We ask that when you come forward, you step to the microphone to my left and your right. You are allotted 3 minutes to speak. At the 2-minute and 30-second mark, you will be cued by our parliamentarian to begin to wrap up your comments. The board will not respond on tonight, but we will respond to you in writing within 7 to 10 business days. Let me also share that you may be coming to speak to an item that is listed on our agenda. That is not us per se responding to your comments, but this is already a part of our planned agenda for tonight's meeting, okay? First on tonight, we have with us Marquita York. And I hope I said that right. Hi.
Hi, my name is Marquita York. I'm actually Jaden Jefferson's mom. She's a student at Creighton Middle School. She's actually deaf. She has a severe, profound hearing loss. So my concerns mostly was I actually reached out to the school district at some point in regards to interpreters. I noticed at Creighton Elementary there was only one interpreter. Jaden actually plays volleyball. She played volleyball for the school. They won a championship, by the way. And of course, too, she had to go to practice. They had tournaments on the weekends, and she needed an interpreter. At any point, at any practice, any game, every time that I was there, which was everyone, there was just one interpreter. So my concerns was, is there any other interpreters? As with, like, if there's substitute teachers, is there a substitute interpreter? So when one's not there, it's someone else going to be there for Jaden and the other students at that school, as well as, AC Flora and Brennan Elementary, because they attend, deaf kids attend those schools too. So at any point, I just hope that y'all look into the situation to make sure that at all times the kids that need interpreters or any other assistance, that they have them at any time, because who knows, someone else's kid might want to play basketball or, she's on the basketball team right now, so when the interpreter's not there, there's no one there to interpret for her. So I was just asking if y'all look into that, of course. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Again, on tonight, the board will not comment, but we will respond to you in writing, Ms. York. Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Richard Moore.
Madam Chair, Dr. Witherspoon, members of the board, members of the administration, and ladies and gentlemen in attendance in person or online. Good evening. My name is Richard Moore, a retired Richland 1 educator, grandparent, volunteer, and recent school board candidate. And let me begin by saying I am truly saddened by the fact that I feel the need to come and address the board tonight. During my campaign, I stated a number of times that I was concerned about issues in District 1. Tonight, I find myself in need of much stronger words. I am distressed that the district has been placed on fiscal watch by the State Department of Education. I am distressed about the fact that there were board members that were not immediately notified when the latest findings were issued on October 27th, especially given the fact that this action was a follow-up to a warning the district received in April. The appropriate practice would be for the superintendent to notify at least the board chair of such a determination, and yet no one made sure that other board members were notified. I am distressed that the district response to the audit states, and I quote, "None of the findings were significant enough or rose to material impact." Official warnings are not issued over insignificant issues, and even if the district does not see it as significant, the oversight agency does. Even one finding of concern is significant and more than we should tolerate. I am distressed that the actions the district response states will be taken amount to reminding employees of policies and procedures, employees that should never have to be reminded of such given the level of responsibility with which they are entrusted. I am distressed that even while responding to calls for an audit on the part of some board members and the superintendent and board chair repeatedly stating an audit was a good idea, the administration seems to have ignored the recommendations of its own auditor's findings. These are not examples of the board and administration working together for the benefit of students. They are not example of the good communications and transparency needed to build community trust. And these are not examples of raising staff morale. In fact, I am horrified that we expect staff members to be our best recruiting advocates when they are guaranteed to be met with those who will not want to come to work in a district where financial impropriety seems, at the very least, considered of no significance by the superintendent and some members of the board. This is an abandonment of the responsibility and trust placed in you by those you represent. Thank you for your time and hopefully your attention.
Again, thank you, Mr. Moore, and again, the board will respond to you in writing within 7 to 10 business days. Next, we have Mr. George Crouch.
Good evening. I'm George Crouch. The recent action by South Carolina Department of Education to place Richland School District 1 on fiscal watch speaks loudly. The focus of attention, the P-card usage. That action alone is an embarrassment to the parents, the students, the teachers, and the community that support Richland School District 1. The P-card misuse not exactly rampant, but is worrisome. And this is not the first time the mishandling of purchases and the purchasing process has received criticism and scrutiny from the state. I don't want to think that the board has been unaware of this behavior, but I see little to convince me otherwise. I'm asking the board to oversee the P-card purchases and related processes. A firmer stance on misuse, whether intentional or not, needs to have consequences. Please remove this embarrassing cloud from our school district, the great community that gives so much to this next generation deserves it. Thank you. And there's no need for a response. I'll just take actions over words any day. But I also would be amiss if I did not wish each of you, everyone in the room and everyone watching, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Crouch, board will not respond on tonight, but we will respond to you. We will respond to you in 7 to 10 business days. Happy holidays. Next, we have Caroline Ellsworth.
I'd have to lower this. Hello. I want to thank the board for your willingness to serve on the Richland School Board. It is a commitment to be good stewards for our taxpayers. However, I'm a little disappointed to learn that there has been mismanagement of the finances allotted to Richland School District 1. We expect you to make good policy and good financial decisions and spend wisely. A large percent of taxes go to the school districts, and we expect an audit trail, an accounting, and transparency of these taxes. Please, please see that this money comes from, please realize that this money comes from hardworking citizens who are willing to finance the schools. This money is not to be spent cavalierly, and thank you.
Again, Ms. Ellsworth, we will not respond on tonight, but we will respond to you in 7 to 10 business days. Next, we have Mr. Coley Brown.
Good evening. I'm here not to talk about P cards, but in case you don't know what those are and you're looking confused about it, those are credit cards that are issued to lots of people that work for the district that help their daily stuff go through. I mean, it's wise. We have company credit cards where I work, but what they're discussing is fraud within the P card program. People charging Amazon charges, Chick-fil-A charges, which takes away money from, is stealing pretty much, but it also takes away money from the district and from the kids. But like I said, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about me a little and you a lot. I own a business right in the middle of Richland 1. Richland County is the biggest county that we serve. I have 30 employees, and we've been there for 15, 16 years, right off of Garner's Ferry Road. Of those 30 employees, 29 of the employees that I have are from Lexington County or from Kershaw County. I have one employee from Richland County and one graduate from Lower Richland High School. I did an audit last week when I knew that I was coming. And the reason that this is because you come in and apply for a job, you get interviewed, and these jobs are good jobs. They're not high-skill jobs, but they pay between $20 and $30 an hour. We have benefits, but the Richland County applicants that I have, they cannot read, they cannot do basic math, and they cannot talk on the phone. And I challenge the board because they hold up that 80% of their students graduate, and that may be the case, but I find it unbelievable that I can't believe that more than 50% of them can read at an 8th grade level. And it's very disappointing because I want to do it. I give scholarships. I contribute to 529 plans, but you guys are the captains of a sinking ship, and it's so disappointing. And in this day of celebration for all these young children and these bright minds, I hate to be this person, but, I mean, life is a big life, and I wish you all the glory, and you are being shortchanged by your board. Like I said, they are the captains, and if they've been sitting on this board for 20 years, I would love for you to resign, because you can't be voted out of office, and it's so disappointing the way you lead our district. From fiscal things just to graduation and teaching, you worry about the smallest things, like when to talk about people, talk about sex ed and stuff like that, when you have people that can't add and subtract. And I just hope you do a better job. Y'all have a great evening and a Merry Christmas.
Again, Mr. Brown, the board will not respond on tonight, but we will respond to you in 7 to 10 business days, and happy holidays to you as well. Next, we have Michael Black.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Michael Black, and I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter, my Angel Black. A few months ago, she was involved in an altercation at LR's homecoming, which she is very remorseful for, but I feel like the punishment has been extreme. She's been at Olympia for going on 2 months now, and she's not receiving the proper education that she will receive in regular school. She's also a track member, varsity track member at C.A. Johnson. And I feel as if the punishment is slowing down her process to become a college student. And I think that she should promptly get an overturn so she can get back in regular school and get back on track as far as her education and her sports career. She has a supporting team along with myself, her mother, her grandmother, Ms. McKelvey, and a number of other teachers at C.A. Johnson, Perry, and Watkins Nance. We have been a part of this cluster for going on 10 years, and I just ask that the board shows mercy upon my child so she can get back to her career path. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Black, the board will not respond on tonight, but we will respond to you in writing to 7 to 10 business days. At this time, this concludes our public participation, and we will now move on to our consent agenda. And if there's no objection from the board, we'd like to read all of those items in for the sake of time. If there's an item that any board member would like for us to pull out, if you could bring those items to our attention, we will extract them at this time. Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. I actually wanted, there were just a couple questions, but they relate to Frontline, Kronos, and the Enterprise Resource Planning, just how they work together. So I don't know.
Okay.
It really, I promise it'll be like 3 questions for all 3 of those.
So is it okay to leave the vote together?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, all right. We're going to read in the consent items. 6.1 is the minutes from November 22nd, 2022. 6.2 is a contract extension for application management software solution. 6.3 is an extension for Kronos software license and service renewal. 6.4 is a contract extension for enterprise resource planning, which is ERP software solution. And 6.5 is a contract extension for fire alarm and detection monitoring, maintenance, and support services. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Bishop, second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll now open the floor for question or discussion. We'll go to Commissioner Lomanak.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. I really just wanted to make sure, because we have payroll issues have been raised. We've talked about Kronos. We've previously talked about Frontline. I realize that's the applicant system, not necessarily payroll, but it's my understanding that there is some communication between these things. Are we happy with these 3 programs, and do we feel like they're doing everything we need them to do?
Okay. Matthew Hazel.
Mr. Lomax, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Cronus interface, that's our timekeeping system.
Right.
And that's where an employee swiping in and out for part-time work. That interfaces with Tyler Munis, which is our enterprise system. Yes, we are happy with it, and it is working well. In addition to that, Frontline also interface with with Munis, which is our enterprise system. Even though it is our application system, people have to apply for jobs, and that's a very critical piece. If they don't apply for a job, they won't get paid. So we are content with all three pieces working together.
And not one of those companies has figured out how to provide a solution that does everything that these three applications do. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Harris.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. That is electronic. The vote is unanimous. All of the items that were previously stated in the consent agenda have been approved. This time, we'll move on to the Office of Academics, and we will begin with 7-1, which is the Unified Champions presentation. It's going to be presented on tonight by Dr. Brazard. I see a lot of smiles. Must be on.
Good evening, Chairwoman Harris, Board of Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon, and guests. Renowned author and researcher Dr. Brené Brown says the following, and I quote, "A deep sense of love and belonging is an irreducible need of all people. We are biologically, cognitively, physically, and spiritually wired to love, to be loved, and to belong. When those needs are not met, we don't function as we were meant to. We break, we fall apart, we numb, we ache, we hurt others, we get sick." End of quote. We've witnessed all of these negative consequences at various times when our students feel they don't belong or that they are not loved in our schools and in society. But tonight, you're going to hear from current and former Creighton Middle School students who have experienced firsthand the magic that happened because they were intentional about creating a sense of belonging, not just for the students who looked like them, who acted like them, or who were in their social circle, but for everyone. And as I believe you will see and hear tonight in their presentation, love has grown and unpredicted friendships have developed that have already had a profound impact on their young lives and certainly on the culture of Creighton Middle School. It is my pleasure at this time to turn the program over to the Creighton students who will tell you what happened in their school when they became a unified champion school.
All right.
Good evening, Chairwoman Harris, Board of Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon, and stakeholders. My name is Alex McDaniel Coleman. Though Roper and I are now at AC Flora, we were both part of the very first unified PE class at Creighton last year and had an amazing time learning about inclusion and creating meaningful change to make Creighton a socially inclusive school that supports and engages all learners.
My name is Aspen. Mickens. Creighton Middle School has received recognition as the Special Olympics National School Banner Program for the 2022 and 2023 school year. On Unified Athletes and Partners are honored to receive this national award recognition our school for its many accomplishments in creating a unified school climate.
Good afternoon. My name is Roper Winsky. In order to achieve this recognition, a school must show that they've met 10 standards of excellence related to inclusion and involvement with Special Olympics. Schools from throughout the nation are able to apply for this esteemed honor, and I could not be more excited to announce that our school has achieved this level of excellence. As a part of this recognition, Creighton Middle School is listed on a short and distinct National Registry of Unified Champion Schools of Excellence. This year, only 4 schools were named National Banner Schools in the state of South Carolina, and Creighton is one of the only middle schools to receive that honor. This is a team effort and reflection of the culture of the entire school. Beyond Creighton Middle being recognized on a national level, it is important to us that we make sure everyone coming in and out of our school understands that Creighton is a champion in the unified movement.
Good evening. My name is Kamara Nelson. I am an 8th grader at Creighton Middle School. I was a part of a Special Olympics PE class last year. The Special Olympics Unified PE has helped me and the community in our school so much. Unified PE has changed the way that I see our Special Olympic athletes and students. The way that I see our athletes is powerful, encouraging, and outgoing stars who are going to reach whatever goals they put their minds to. Every single Special Olympic athlete I have met have such an amazing heart that it just blows my mind about how they do it. Our students have grown so much, and we are all so proud of them inside and out. Being a part of this program has inspired me to work with people like Tyquel, Aspen, Amir, and Cameron in the future. As a sister of someone who has a disability, this makes me feel honored to be a part of something that I know can change people's lives inside and out. And we just want to say that we are all so proud of our Special Olympic athletes and students who have made this recognition possible.
Hi, I'm Arden. Something I love so much about the Unified PE program is how you get to be great friends with the athletes. You have the ability to be in a class where you don't learn, talk, or look like the person you're sitting next to, and this is an opportunity that not everyone gets. This class is not only a class for unified athletes, but it's a class where everybody is included and loved. My favorite thing about this class is the ability to say hi to Amir, Kingston, and Noah in the hallway, how I can wave at Tyquel at a football game, and sit with Aspen at lunch. Overall, this class has meant so much to me, and I would do it forever.
Hello, I'm Presley Reynolds. There are many things I love about the Unified PE program, but there's one thing that really sticks out to me, and that is that everyone is included. No matter if you don't learn the same or look the same as someone else, you are heard and appreciated as a person. It is very important to me that everyone is loved, even with differences. I love being in this class. It makes me smile every day when I walk into the classroom and see my unified friends. Being a part of this program is such a reward. It is good to accept someone who you may not normally be friends with. It is a great feeling every day to know you've made a change in someone's life.
Good evening. My name is Millie James. I love Unified PE. Unified is such a special opportunity for athletes and students in our school. It is so amazing to see athletes like Aspen, Noah, Tyquel, Kingston, and Amir get opportunities to show what they can do even with disabilities. It's such a unique opportunity, and I'm so glad Creighton has it because I have become so close with each and every one of the athletes. Every single one of them has a special personality and a huge heart. Even though they are different, Unified PE gives students a chance to see past that and really get to know them. I'm so happy Unified gives you this chance to learn more about who the athletes really are because I've learned they're all so special and amazingly talented. This program has been my favorite class, and I'm so happy I was a part of the journey to inclusion.
Hello, my name is Jaya Zapid. People told me I can't do football because I am deaf. They said I can't hear it talking, we play football, but I can. I hear it talking. We football, burger, air, people is my case. I hope you find because I want to under people talk this speaking. I like being nice to other people in my foot is you find a home other people but the skill.
Hi, my name is Rick Scott. The Unified PE class has strengthened my friendship with Tyquel. He is a cool person and puts a smile on my face every day in class. He is always making me laugh with his jokes. Tyquel has made many friends and is very popular because of this program. We have a special bond and have become great friends. This program teaches us to accept and include people of all abilities. I am honored to be a part of this class and to have a friendship with Tyquel.
Unified PE class has helped me learn with my friends. It also helps me make more friends, made me hang out with other people that are not from my regular class. I made the football team this year, and I made the basketball team manager. I love being a unified athlete.
This past year, Creighton Middle School's Unified PE class challenged our championship volleyball team and our championship girls basketball team. I'll give you one guess who won both of those challenges. Our principal calls those games full of cheers and tears.
We also had a Unified Spirit Week, where each day of the week was themed after our unified athletes. We had Aspen's Sunshine Day, where everyone wore yellow, Cameron's Tie-Dye Day, Amir's Gamer Day, Aubriana's PJ Day, and we ended the week with Tyquel's Fancy Friday, where people wore suits, prom dresses, and even wedding dresses.
Our school raised over $4,000 to have 18 of our faculty and staff participate in the Polar Plunge. I'm not sure if you know, but that is jumping in Lake Murray in February. We would like to invite any board members or Richland 1 district staff to take the plunge with us. If you're not a plunger, we're accepting donations as well. Proceeds go to Special Olympics and our Unified program.
We would like to present each of the board members with a Creighton National Banner Unified Things t-shirt. The Creighton PTO supplied each student, teacher, and staff member with one of these shirts. Our entire school wore them on the day we received the national banner, further showing our school's commitment to inclusion.
I'm going to ask everybody in this room to stand up and give these young people a round of applause.
Are there any questions from the board that we can answer for you at this time?
Any questions? I will say this to my colleagues. If we are free on that February date, I'd like to see all 6 of y'all there, and I'll hold the camera to make sure we get footage of that. But on a serious note, if we are free, let's support our young people doing such an amazing thing. I plan to take the polar plunge. You have my word. We'll open the floor for any other questions or comments from any board member. This is awesome. Commissioner Myers.
Just a quick question. How long this program was at Creighton?
This is the second year, so they received the award after the first year of implementation.
Oh, wow.
The only middle school in South Carolina to receive it.
Oh, wow.
And I'll remind you that we are a Unified Champions district, so we have Unified Champions going on in each of our schools to some degree or other. So some are more involved than others right now, but we can certainly look to Creighton as an exemplar.
Commissioner Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amazing. When we think of Richland One Strong, this is the narrative. This is the story.
That's right.
And there's a quote that says, "And a child shall lead them." Thank you for your leadership.
That's right.
In helping us understand what this is all about. To the parents, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. And again, a child shall lead them. I hope we can follow their leadership so that everything from the city of Columbia, that's right, I'm talking to city council, county council, state house, senate, will see that this is what Richland 1 is doing in the state of South Carolina. And I hope that this presentation is shared on all those levels so that we'll know that the children are our future. Teach them well. Let them lead the way. Thank you all. Just amazing. What a tone to set.
That's right. Commissioner,
I just wanted to know that if it's at each school, are they looking at the program at Creighton to make theirs even better?
Every school has the opportunity to write a grant to Special Olympics, and they can design their program the way that they feel best fits the student population of their school. Creighton is certainly not the only school doing a great job with Unified Champions. They just happen to have won the national award, so
Congratulations to them.
we're very proud.
any other comments at this time? Commissioner Clyburn?
Well, I did not expect to get emotional, but I just want to thank you all for that presentation. It just does me proud and, warms my heart that an example of inclusion such as this is, just shining bright in Richland 1. So I just want to commend you all for that, and please keep up the good work and carry this, throughout your life. This is such a great thing. I had a question. So, with this program, how many other districts were in competition, or was it just a
Now, we're the largest,
recognition?
we're the
Okay.
largest school district in South Carolina to be a district-wide unified champions
Okay.
district.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Bishop?
One more thing, Chairwoman. I know Dr. Witherspoon and his district was creative with Team 1 and 1 team. Well, I think this thing has went a little bit above that. For those who may not know, the creative design comes from a show, Stranger Things. But there's nothing strange about unification. So I love what you all did to change that. And that's just creative. I think that. I think that is amazing. I'm wearing mine when I jump in.
That's right.
The right behind Chairwoman.
I was coming behind you. Superintendent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, would like to commend our young folks and certainly everyone at Creighton Middle and across Richland 1. Was at the presentation about a month or so ago, and certainly want to recognize Principal Burns.
Yes.
As well. And any other Creighton staff that are here. But I also had an opportunity to watch the girls' basketball game. And that was very exciting and again, enjoyable. Certainly at the ceremony. And I, too, was invited by staff to take the plunge. And I'm going to say, too, sign me up as well. But great job to our young people, and again, such a shining example for all of us. So
Amen.
Thank you all so very much.
And Commissioner Devine?
Well, he recognized Principal Burns. Thank you so much. Any other staff that you have with you here today? I was gonna.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you names and who's here?
Ms. Stewart is one of our support teachers at our school, red hair there.
Right.
And I just want to recognize her because she came to my office and said, I want to do something big. And I said, let's do it.
That's right.
So
Good for
she
you.
deserves the most praise here.
Wow. At this time, before you all leave, We would like for all of our children to come up to the front. We're gonna ask our board to surround our students so we can get a photo.
And then, yeah, then we get a certificate too.
Okay, and Commissioner Devine just told me he wasn't finished, so I'm gonna be quiet.
Just a quick question. From a fiscal perspective, is there any dollars that's accompanied with this program, programmatically? Are there any dollars that are allocated, need to be allocated? And I'm speaking more so not at Creighton, but just from a district-wide perspective.
Our Special Services Department provides support in schools, but it's really more in-kind support.
Okay.
Each of our schools has the opportunity to apply for a grant from Special Olympics South Carolina.
Okay.
But I don't know of any school that's actually asked us for any additional funds. It's really about changing a mindset and making some schedule changes.
All right. With Well, very good. And just real quick, reading your school's vision statement and motto, we at Creighton, we're high expectations and positive relationships increase the achievement of all stakeholders. I think that holds true tonight, and we see that these positive relationships do increase the achievement of all of your stakeholders, which is our future, which is our young people. So again, thank you, Dr. Brazard, and thank you, Dr. Witherspoon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I believe there's a presentation. Yep. Then we'll take the picture. Come on up. Yay.
Where's the lemonade?
Yes. Okay.
Probably on the end.
She got pictures to give us too.
If we can, put the kids in the middle.
I said the board. We supposed to be in that picture.
Just the presentation.
We could have just all stayed for one picture.
Is this too wide?
Yes. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Prime picture, turn in.
Turn in.
Turn in.
There you go.
Okay, prime picture.
That good?
I told him we wanted to be in this picture. They just wanted to get in this picture.
That's it.
Oh, yeah, we have a picture here.
And I know we have some parents out in the.
Doc, I got it.
Kind
Doc,
of step in so we can recognize
I'm gonna do it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's get the picture right quick with the board,
Yeah, okay.
and then we're gonna recognize the parents. Can we stand back here? Is this possible?
Oh,
Thanks. No,
stop
we
it.
can't?
Oh.
You got us if they kneel? Okay.
We need to move those chairs. For people to see and acknowledge.
Good job, guys, good job.
Creative minds. Oh, another camera.
Excellent.
Awesome. We're going to ask all of our parents that are in the lobby, if you can kind of come in the aisleway. If our young people can take a seat for just a minute, we want to make sure that every parent is recognized. Wow. All of our Creighton parents that are here with us on tonight. And y'all can come up to the front so the others can come in. We want to make sure that all of our parents, all of our Creighton parents, come on in. Come on, moms and dads, all of our parents.
Parents and guardians
Any parents in the audience, come on up front,
or guardians.
or guardians. If we can stand and give our parents a round of applause.
Thank y'all for what you do.
Thank you so very much, and thank you for being here tonight with us. At this time, we're going to allow our students to dismiss so you all can get some rest, because you got to hit it in the morning. That's right, that's right. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Dr. Brazard. And the celebrations continue.
I think I got one extra shirt, but this is what size, so that wasn't my. Thank you.
And some of those individuals that have to be here for the rest of the meeting can come on in and be seated if they'd like.
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. I got one. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Burns, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely.
This is awesome.
Let's give it up for our young people again as we transition. We'll now move to the next item on our agenda. As we said, the celebrations continue. At 7.2, we have the Lower Richland JROTC drill team here on tonight, and Mr. Dinkins will come with this presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Chris Dinkins. I am the CTE Director for Richland School District 1. The Richland School District Career and Technical Education Department proudly salutes Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson and the JROTC Armed Drill Team of Lower Richland High School. On December 3rd, the Lower Richland High School JROTC placed first in the Palmetto State Drill Championship Armed Division. These outstanding cadets defeated JROTC teams from South and North Carolina, and now they advance to the February 2023 round of regional competition in Hickory, North Carolina.
Yes, yes.
So I can see from some of the confusion on your faces, like, why is a CTE career and tech guy recognizing JROTC? Good question. In August 2021, Richland 1 became South Carolina's first and only pilot district for the inclusion of JROTC as a career and technical education completer pathway. As such, the Richland 1 JROTC programs became the South Carolina model for career and technical education integration into the career and, government and public administration career cluster. Let me say that again. As such, the Richland 1 JROTC programs became the South Carolina model for career and technical education integration into the government and public administration career cluster.
Yes.
So fortunately, I, as the Career and Technical Education Director, I am honored to celebrate Principal Latanya Williams, Lower Richland High School, in her continued support of this excellent effort of these students and this command. Many, many thanks and salutations to Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson, Sergeant First Class Hill, Sergeant First Class Johnson, and Sergeant First Class Vaughn in honoring and honing and performing and perfecting the skills of these cadets. So we have with us a few of these cadets, and we're going to bring up Sergeant First Class Vaughn to recognize these students who are part of this winning and excellent team.
I'm going to bring our team captain up.
Microphone.
Hill.
Excuse me. Microphone's recording.
I'll bring up the team captain, Cadet Hill. She's the team captain. She's also a company commander for our battalion. I'm going to bring up the co-captain, which is Cadet Hartley. She's the battalion sergeant major for our actual battalion. We're going to bring up Cadet Stalker. She's one of the newest members of the battalion and also for the drill team. Sergeant Scott. He's one of the newer drill team members for this year. Caught on really, really fast. And Cadet Calvin Iron. I'm going to bring him forward.
All right, Kevin.
One thing about this drill team, we mentioned this year's accolades, but last year they was just as special. Last year they placed second in the national competition.
Yes, yes.
And they moved on. They moved on to the regionals, and they placed third in the regionals. This was last year, which qualified them to go to the national stage. We didn't make the national stage because spring break was more important, and they had already scheduled their vacation times, so we didn't make it. So they have a goal this year of making it back to the nationals.
Yes.
So we placed first this year. We will see what happens at the regionals to make it to the nationals, and they also are a two-time district champion. They won it last year, first place overall, and this year, last Saturday on the 10th, they placed first overall in the district. So could we give them a round of applause?
Okay, and I believe there's a presentation for these young people as well. I can. We're going to ask the principal if she'll come up with the students as well. We're going to ask that they remain because we know that these guys know how to kneel. We're going to ask the board if they will stand so we can get that one group photo. Y'all know y'all can do it. That's right. That's right. Come over.
No.
Awesome. Job well done, guys. And we're going to ask, and I know they're here, all my parents, where you at? They let y'all out this time of night by yourself? Oh, really? No parents here? Okay, that's fine, but let's still give it up for the parents. The responsible young people that can travel from Lower Richland, South Carolina by themselves at night. Wonderful. Congratulations, young people. We're proud of you, and we know you will bring the title home to South Carolina. Thank you. At this time, we'll move on. Celebrations are so important that we pause in these meetings to stop and celebrate what our children are doing every single day. That was awesome, Dr. Witherspoon, those presentations. We'll now move to 7.3, which is our Comprehensive Health Education Advisory Committee recommendations. Dr. Schwaller? That, I'm sorry. Swally.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chairwoman Harris, Board of Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon. In accordance with the Comprehensive Health Education Act of 1988, each school district must have a Health Education Advisory Committee to assist in the selection of materials addressing the subjects of reproductive health, family life, and pregnancy prevention education. This committee must be composed of 13 members consisting of 2 parents, 3 clergy, 2 health professionals, 2 teachers, 2 students, one which is the student body president of a high school, and 2 community members not employed by the district. On behalf of Lisa Curtis, Health and Physical Education Coordinator, committee recommendations are in the board packet for your consideration. Are there any questions?
Okay, this is an information item, so we will open the floor for any questions.
I think it's an action item.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I move that we approve the Comprehensive Health Education Advisory Committee.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Devine and second by Commissioner Bishop. We'll now open the floor for any questions or discussion. Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairman Harris. Thank you for bringing this to us. Just so that the public knows, how do people volunteer to be part of this committee, and then how do you guys choose and narrow down the larger group?
That's a great question. We have some committee members, 6 in fact, that were on this committee last year and have served for several years. Ms. Curtis, who is our coordinator of health and physical education, reaches out to principals, district office staff. She utilizes her network to help identify individuals. For example, principals were asked to recommend parents and students. The student body president is on a rotation between the different high schools so that we always are sharing that representation. The student from C.A. Johnson always represents because of the health science magnet, and the principal makes that recommendation. And clergy were recommended by principals and district administrators as well. And Ms. Curtis herself also reached out and found the healthcare professional.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris.
Absolutely. Any additional questions? Commissioner Myers?
Just a quick question. Can you give us a little outline on how the committee actually is being run, like when they meet and information like that?
So the committee's primary purpose is to approve curricular materials if and when they are in need of adoption. We have not needed to adopt the reproductive health, family life, and pregnancy prevention curricular materials for a while. So should we need to adopt new materials, then that committee would be responsible for that.
About how long? You say a while, more than 10 years, 5 years?
I'm not sure the exact time, the last time adoption was made. I will say that in addition, we have state-adopted resources like from our textbooks with the comprehensive health materials. A lot of times we have to find things that are outside of the adopted textbook.
Thank you very much for that information.
Okay. Any additional questions? Commissioner Bishop?
Madam Chair, thank you. As I'm reading this, what part of health is in consideration of behavioral with this?
So the Comprehensive Health Act of '88 has expanded since its original inception, and it covers things like dental, mental,
Yeah.
emotional, all aspects of health. This particular committee's charge is the reproductive, family life, and pregnancy prevention. The other aspects of the curriculum doesn't need approval.
Okay.
But because of the sensitive nature of the content, the state has put in place that the diverse committee be responsible for making sure that those materials are not only in line with the law, because the law is very clear on what can and cannot be taught, but also represents the values of the community.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Electronic? Okay. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous. The Comprehensive Health Education Advisory Committee recommendations as previously presented have been approved by this board. Thank you so very much. We'll now move on to 7.4 and 7.5. We'll take 7.4 first, and just to give our audience, this is the 10-year renewal for our two chartered programs within our district. First one will be 7.4, the Carolina School of Inquiry Charter Renewal by Mr. Glover. Ms. Dixon.
Good evening, Chairwoman Harris, Board of School Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon. We are presenting for your approval this evening Carolina School for Inquiry Charter Renewal. We have Dr. Dixon McCabe, Director of Carolina School for Inquiry, that will provide an overview at this time. Dr. Dixon McCabe.
Good evening, Chairwoman Harris, Board of Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon, Mr. Glover. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to start with my board chair because he's here, and this is Mr. Tyrone Ellis.
Great. Thanks, Dr. McCabe, Dixon McCabe, I should say. All right, so good evening, Board. Certainly appreciate your service for the district and over the number of years. I remember last time we were here, several of you were here at that same time. So as Dr. Dixon McCabe said, I'm Tyrone Ellis. I'm actually the board chair for CSI, and it's such an honor and a privilege to serve in that role for a number of years. And we've got a functioning board that's very cross-functional and very successful over the past years, and just looking forward and excited about the future for CSI as we were in front of you last time. So thanks for your service and your time and your support. Certainly we appreciate everything that you're doing, and appreciate certainly our leader and all the staff that's here as well that support, that's working here every day to support our students. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Dixon McCabe.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. I was going to share some information about Carolina School for Inquiry. I'm very passionate. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm really passionate about Carolina School for Inquiry. And we have several of our staff members here today, and so I will recognize them in a few. But the mission of the Carolina School for Inquiry is to teach a diverse population of children in an atmosphere of kindness that encourages active inquiry, fosters individual growth, and promotes respect for self, others, and the world in which they live. This mission statement is true to who we are as a school. We recite this mission statement before all of our board meetings, all of our faculty meetings, and each day our young scholars, 3K all the way through 6th grade, recite this mission statement during our morning show, and they all know it. So it is true to who we are as a school. Okay, how make this move? Am I controlling this? Okay, thank you. Carolina School for Inquiry is a proud Richland 1 public charter elementary school serving students 3K through grade 6. And we serve an innovative program that's inquiry-based and in a multi-age learning environment. And so I'm going to date myself. So you think about, what is a multi-age? Well, think about Little House on the Prairie, the one little room schoolhouse, and you have multiple grades there. So that is the concept that we have, and where students are encouraged to ask questions. They question me. They question their teachers, and it's not about asking the questions, but what led to them asking in the first place. We are a tuition-free school of choice designed to serve a diverse population in the district, and we follow the Richland 1 attendance zone. We can have up to 10% of our students out of district, but that's not financially a good option. So all of our students are 100% Richland 1 students. The parents and the teachers work together to encourage all of our students, and it's that collaboration that makes us special, that makes us that unique school on the hill. That's why we like to say we're that school on the hill. And we always say that our parents are our child's first teachers, and so we really look to our parents, and they sign contracts to ensure that they're going to be working closely alongside the teacher and the school staff. We are fiscal responsible. This is a chart that shows the last 4 years of where we are from 2019 to 2022, and you can see there is an incline as far as our fund balance. And so we recently had our audit, and our audit report expresses an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. Oh, I think I can put my glasses on. I was wondering why I was squirting. Can't see. Yes, and there were no material weaknesses relating to the audit of the financial statements were disclosed during the audit, and no significant deficiencies relating to the audit of the financial statements were disclosed during the audit, and no instance of noncompliance were disclosed during the audit as well. We are pretty frugal in our spending, and we ensure that the teachers have what they need to not working. Okay, thank you. To instruct our students each and every day. It's the bottom button. Right here? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you kindly. Some of the goals that we are focusing on, we are pretty aligned with the district. By the end of the 22-23 school year, at least 75% of our students will meet or exceed the expected growth targets in reading and also in mathematics. And so we use the STAR assessment, similar to the district what the district uses, but we also use other assessments because we want to have more than one point of data. We use MAP testing, we do the BAS, and my IGNIS. Those are some of the other testing that we use. Also, we are aligned with the District 2 with the advocacy during the 22-23 school year. All CSI students will be assigned an advocate. I know the district has said by 2024 that all students in all schools in Richland School District 1 will have an advocate. And I met with my staff, and we kind of determined what will it look like at Carolina School for Inquiry. And it's that buy-in that we get from our staff, that we are a shared school, and that collaboration where we can all help our students achieve. What are our realities? Our realities, this is some data from 2018 to 2022. Looked at the SC Ready and ELA, and this is for all students, meeting or exceeding the standards. So in 2018, 20.9% met or exceeded. In 2019, 27.4%. Then there was that COVID year that we did not do any testing. Came back in 2021, there's a 42.1%. And then there was a little bit of a decline last year to 35.6%. Overall, the 5-year period, we had 14.7 increase. If you look at the SC Ready, meet or exceeds for 3rd grade, and I targeted 3rd grade because of the Read to Succeed program. So we look at 2018, 21.1% of our students met or exceeded standards. 2019, 33.3%, and 2020, again, that COVID year, and 2021, there was a little bit of it was an increase, 25%, and then 2022, 46.7%. Over a 5-year period, there was a 25.6% increase. Looking at SC Ready Math overall for our students. Now, math has been an area that we are focusing on this year, but look at 2018, 20.9% met or exceeded in 2018. And then in 2019, 24.2%. Then that COVID year, 2020, there was no testing. And then there was a decline in 2021 at 10.5%, and 2022 we went up to 13.6%, over a 5-year period of negative 7.3%. We are strategically working on math, strategically as a school, as a staff. We have consultants coming in, working alongside our teachers, working with our students, and so those are some of the areas that we know. And so what we have identified, there is a lack of number sense, that students have an understanding of numbers, and so we're focusing on that with all of our students, from our pre-K students all the way through our grade 6 students. They do mental math every single day, and that mental math is a progression, and it's nothing you're writing down, it's mental, so they have to mentally compensate the mathematics in their head. Some of our special features, I'm really excited about this. We are a multi-age learning community. I talked about that. We have Mandarin Chinese classes pre-K through grade 6. Their Mandarin is so much better than mine. All I can know is ni hao ma, and they're talking all kinds of things, and I don't know what they're saying. We have small class sizes, even smaller this year, because we did have a decline with the COVID. We had some parents that were not comfortable coming back to face yet, and so we're capitalizing on the small class sizes, where we're giving more individualized instruction. Student government at pre-K through grade 6, the students come up with all kinds of ideas and things that they can do to help improve the school and the school relations. Recently, we have a school store that was created, and the students are managers. They had to interview for the jobs, and they're running everything every Friday, and so it's amazing to see them take on those leadership roles within the school. We have student-led conferences. This is important because the teacher and the student decide on what materials and resources that they want to share, and during that the student-led conference, the student leads that portion of the conference alongside their teacher, and giving them those leadership roles and that ownership of their learning. Parent university is what that is. We sometimes there's a disconnect in schools when you're using a lot of school jargon, and we really try to connect with our parents and help them understand the standards, help them understand the lessons that their students are engaged in, and just answer any questions, just being that advocate, just being that resource for our parents so they have that connection to the school. Friends of Carolina School for Inquiry, like we like to say, FOSSI, that's our PTO. We just have a fancy name for it. And we have a strong support of parents there. Actually, we had our FOSSI president actually brought breakfast to the teachers and staff this morning, but she does amazing things, that whole group, and so we're excited to have them. And then there's that hands-on learning. Students are actually doing. The teacher is more of a facilitator of the learning, and the students, you will see them working on projects, working in groups, in all content areas, not only the general ed classes. You'll see that in our phys ed class, in our art class, our music class, our Mandarin classes, so you'll see all of that. And then it's that project-based learning where they are actually working on projects. We have theme days that we've introduced this year, and we went to Ketchikan, Alaska last month, and then we did the Jelly Belly factory, and so I didn't know jelly beans could taste so good. And so students learned about that, just different things that we're doing as a school to unite and to increase some of the interest and the levels that we're working with our students alongside. We have community partnerships with local colleges and universities, just to name a few: Benedict College, Columbia International University. They are written in our reading plan, and we're written in their reading plan, and so we work with them and their teacher ed students to do our literacy night. And so we have our teachers working alongside the teachers, the teacher ed students there, and they present to our parents. So those are just a few of the things that we do at CSI. I just learned today, I'm so excited about this, that we participated, Dr. Witherspoon, in the school lunch program. I think it was Peace, Love, and School Lunch. We had Peace, Love, and Soul, and we kind of went all the way out with it. And our school won 3rd place, so I was so excited about that. And so Mr. Coleman and Mr. Smith, who work in our cafeteria, they will get a meal from Texas Roadhouse. And so they were excited to tell me that this morning. So. Some of our grading practices, we do not do the standard A through F letter grades. We have standard space report cards based on the state standards in all content areas, and the students are not met, or exceeds in those standards. So that's how we kind of grade our students, but and also with our interim reports and also our narrative reports. And what is that? It is a narrative report where you're getting really a bird's eye view into the learning of a student based on what the teacher, their teacher kid watching notes and the students' self-reflections and rubrics. And it takes a long time for them to do that, but they do such a great job, and I'm so grateful to them for the investment and time that they put into producing these narrative reports for our students. But we have added some percentages, because when students leave our school, when they go into the middle school, while we're very proud of those narrative reports, I think they just want to see a grade, what's the percentage, and so we have been adding that to our report cards as well. Parent commitments at CSI, they participate in the parent-teacher conferences. They support their child at home, be present at school functions, and if they can't be present, they can send things. There are times when we need things just to be donated. Participate in fundraising events, represents the needs of the school, and most importantly, working collaboratively with the school and the teachers. Home and community visits, this is something that is really key to our school, something we've done years, and because of COVID, we haven't done it as well. But we did virtual visits during COVID, but home and community visits are really, really important, where you get to go into the child's child's home and learn more about the child and their family. And it's what Lewis Mould talks about, the funds of knowledge. And you think about the language, the beliefs, the traditions, the values that they have. And this was one from a while back. This student is probably older now, but the concept is still there. And she wrote a letter saying how much she enjoyed us coming on that home visit and hoping that we would come back, and how much we learned about her, that she was really in a leadership role to share with us about that. So I always tell my faculty and staff and our students and our parents that everybody has a story. Everyone has a story who walked through the doors of Carolina School for Inquiry. And it's because of those stories that makes our school unique, where we kind of look at everyone and what they bring to that school community. So as we peel back the layers of the stories, we uncover what the possibilities are and what they truly can be. We dig deep into the understanding of how teaching and learning are infused into the essence of our being. And this is that little school on the hill, Carolina School for Inquiry. And I thank you so very much. I thank this Dr. Witherspoon. I thank the board. I especially thank Mr. Glover for his unwavering support. Sometimes I tell him, I say, I don't want to be your problem child, but he says, stop saying that. But he has been very, very supportive, and I'm grateful to Mr. Carl and everyone who helps the food and nutrition program. Everyone in Richland has been very, very supportive of Carolina School for Inquiry. So I am extremely grateful, and I can entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
First of all, thank you for that report, and it has been a minute since we've seen you all. It made us realize how old we were getting. But we certainly want to thank you for that presentation, and at this time, we will open the floor for any questions or comments from any board member at this time. Commissioner Devine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for this presentation. It's been, as mentioned earlier, quite some time, but glad to be here. Did get a chance to visit a little bit after COVID with you guys. So again, thank you for what you do. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here as well, representing the board as well. So I do have a few questions. The first question will go to Mr. Glover, and then I'll come back to staff. Mr. Glover, has there been any adverse effects as defined in Regulations 5940 as it pertains to charter schools for this particular school?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Then we'll go back to our leader. How many non-certified teachers of staff do you employ?
I have one non-certified teacher, but the non-certified teachers that we have are taking advantage of the pathways through Voorhees College.
Very good, thank you. And then, do or has the school denied admission or shown preference to any individual or group of individuals as you have enrolled students in the school?
No.
All right. And how often does the board meet?
Quarterly.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. Good to see you. It's been a long time.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I was right. Y'all have Mandarin classes, but that's not an immersion school, right?
No.
Okay, I thought that was right. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Chairwoman Harris.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Bishop?
I just want to thank you for your presentation, excellent job of leadership, and also particularly making sure you keep the parents, parent university involved. I think that's so critical for child development. So I look forward to what you all can do more with the parents, and look forward to hearing from it, okay?
Thank you so very much. And I would just ask that my staff that's here, if it's okay, if I'm in order, if they could please stand. We have several gifts from your board members, so my staff, if you would just take them, please.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Mr. Glover's. And thank you so much. Again, I also want to thank my husband who's here, who's been my backbone. So thank you, Samuel, for being here. And I would be remiss if I do not acknowledge the support that I've received from Vince Ford. He was so supportive, and so I'm going to stop right there.
Before we get to the recommendation, I did want to mention, I went to all 52 schools. I forgot to come see y'all. I'll be there next week. Okay, but turn it over to Mr. Glover.
At this time, the administration is recommending the Carolina School for Inquiry charter renewal. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Bishop, second by Commissioner Devine. We'll open the floor for any additional questions or comments. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote, and we will do it electronically. The vote is unanimous. Congratulations, Carolina School of Inquiry. Your charter has been renewed. Awesome. We will now move on to, we'll allow you all to leave. Y'all have a good night.
Good night, drive safe.
Okay. We'll allow for some transition because we know we've got some staff out in the halls waiting to be seated. We will now move on to 7.5, which is our Richland 1 Middle College charter renewal as well. This is their 10-year renewal as well, and that is Dr. Prince.
Good evening, Chairwoman Harris, Board of School Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon. We're presenting for your approval this evening the Richland 1 Middle College charter renewal. Dr. Carla Brabham, principal of the Richland 1 Middle College, will provide an overview of the renewal process. Dr. Brabham.
CSI is excited.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Dr. Witherspoon, and administrative staff that are present tonight. And also, I would like to also recognize our audience members here today and those who are watching remotely. Before I forget, I want to recognize my faculty and staff that are here tonight. Please stand and be recognized where you are. And I would also like to recognize our board chair, Dr. Erica Fields, who is also present.
All right.
And Ms. Tracy Dixon, don't see her now. She's outside in the hall. Thank you, Ms. Dixon, who also so graciously serves on our board. Want to start off by saying we don't have any gifts for you, but it's a holiday season, and I pray you get the desires of your heart. But what I do want to share with you is the overview of the charter renewal presentation for the Richland One Middle College. And according to charter school law, in order for a charter to be renewed, you have to summarize your financial statements, you have to report on the current progress of the charter, and you also have to discuss any proposed material changes. So our first objective, of course, is to share our financial summary. I think Chris is cueing the presentation. Well, you really can't talk finances on a charter school without addressing enrollment issues. So we want to say that our maximum enrollment at Richland One Middle College is 150 students. And from the 10-year span, the last 10 years, from 2013 to 2022, our enrollment has ranged from 60 students to 129 students, with an average enrollment of 93 students, and our current enrollment is 79 students. When we talk about the financial summary, it's important to note that Richland One Middle College was found in conformity with general accepted accounting practices. We've increased our fund balance from $437,000 in 2018 to $770,000 in 2022. We also increased our net position by $500,000. Objective 2 is reporting progress towards our goals. Goal 1 was to develop and implement a curriculum that uses current technology and a wide variety of focused instructional strategies linked to the middle college concept to meet or exceed state standards. Our metric for this was the percentage of students in a 4-year graduation cohort that meets or exceeds the requirements to earn a high school diploma. Our target goal for that was 90% or higher for our graduation rate. Over the last 10 years, our graduation rate has ranged from 78.9% to 100%. Our average graduation rate is 94.07% over the past 10 years, and for the past 5 years, the average has been 96.8%. Goal 2 was to deliver a comprehensive guidance and career development strategies using research-based practices and techniques appropriate to each student. Our metric for this was the percentage of students in a 4-year graduation cohort considered to be college or career ready by the South Carolina Department of Education criteria. Our target was to increase the percentage of college and career ready graduates in a 4-year cohort. In 2020, we had 80% of our graduates to be considered college or career ready. In 2021, the results of that was 23%, but in 2022, we increased to 77%. Goal 3, to provide students with character education, leadership development, and the generic skill set demanded by employers as critical success factors to prepare for a successful transition from the middle college to post-secondary lifelong learning. Our metric for this goal was the percentage of Richland 1 middle college students who participate in a structured advisor-advisee system that provides character education, leadership development, and essential soft skills. Our target was 100% of our students that have an opportunity to participate in a structured advisor-advisee system. Our advisor system we refer to as our Bulldog family meetings. Our family meetings are held twice a month, and each teacher and staff person has an advisement group of 15 students. The meetings feature guest speakers, important school announcements, character building activities, college career readiness activities, social emotional learning, and soft skills training. Some important features that help us make sure that our students develop those skills. We have fostered a Bulldogs Lead initiative, and LEAD stands for the L. We want our students to learn and lead from all positions. The E, we want them to engage in all school and community activities. A, we want them to account for college and career readiness. And D, we want them to dedicate time to character development. Our ROMC Serves initiative, which all of our students participate in, is a tiered community service program, which all of our students have to contribute at least 45 hours of service to their community. Our corporate image, and Victoria's going to tell you more about that. Every Wednesday, we require all of our students to dress in professional dress to prepare them for the world of business. We also sponsored a parent-student finance workshop where students and their parents had an opportunity to learn the ins and outs of finances, that they can carry those skills with them to the next level and beyond. And also in September, we sponsored our first professional development day for students. And during this time, our students had an opportunity to meet with 5 career professionals. They went around, they collected their CERCs, as we do with our professional development, and they had an opportunity to learn from career professionals about those soft skills that everybody talks about, but we kind of find it hard to really hone those into our students. Other activities involve college tours, industry tours, and as I mentioned, during that 10-year span, our students completed over 67,000 hours of community service.
Wow. That's a lot.
Proposed changes is our third objective. We wanted to revise our goals to make them SMART goals by making them more specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. For example, for Goal 1, we want to maintain a yearly graduation rate of 90% or higher, with a minimum of 70% of those students being considered college and career ready. For Goal 2, we want to show an annual increase in literacy achievement for historically underachieving populations, to include but not limited to minority students and special education students. And our rationale for changing those goals is we believe that those goals, again, should be SMART goals. We should increase achievement in literacy because it will affect achievement on coursework and standardized assessments. Literacy achievement can improve college and career readiness, and ROMC students will be counted among the best readers, writers, speakers, and thinkers in the region, state, and the nation. Some other noteworthy accomplishments for our school: we were the first middle college in South Carolina. So Richland 1 brought the middle college concept to our state. That's worthy of a round of applause. We had the first student in Millen's Tech history to graduate with an associate's degree before receiving a high school diploma in 2016. We had the first student in Millen's Tech history to graduate with 2 associate's degrees before receiving a high school diploma in 2018. We had a track and field program that began in 2015. It was short-lived, but It was the first track and field program in South Carolina to win a region championship in its first year. We also produced a number of state champions. In 2016, we had the girls discus champion. In 2017, we had the girls 100 meters champion. In 2018, we had the girls 100 meters champion and the girls 200 meter champion. We were also recognized as a Palmetto Health Community Service Team Talk School of the Year. We earned the Jefferson Award Foundation Most Outstanding Students in Action Team. The Jefferson Award, that's in 2016, the Jefferson Award Foundation Gold Leadership Team in 2017, the Jefferson Award Foundation Silver Leadership School in 2019. We also produced a Gates Millennium Scholar. We had a student recognized by the South Carolina General Assembly for winning the LSU undergraduate research competition. He was able to enter an undergraduate competition because of his dual enrollment activity. And also, the student earned the Ronald Reagan Leadership Institute U.S. Presidential Scholarship in 2019. We had 100% graduation rate in 2017, 2020, and 2022. We had an excellent report card rating in 2022 as well. Hats off to the faculty and staff for that. And as notable as all those accomplishments are, nothing really beats the stories that our students bring to the table and their success. And in keeping with that, I have two presenters here with me, but I also want to share an email that I received from a parent in November of this year. Good afternoon, Dr. Brabham. My son and I were sitting here chit-chatting about school and life. He feels like he is getting along much better with his teachers and is super excited about making an honor roll. He has not been on any honor roll since second grade. He also openly talked about this being the best school year ever and not feeling bullied for the first time in years. He feels accepted as he is and for who he is. Thank you to all of you for your hard work and compassion, for making the world better, for making the world a better place, one student at a time, and giving him a safe environment to finish growing and adjusting into adulthood while he explores who he is. Everything your school stands for and has done for two of my children and many others should be celebrated. And that's from an RMC parent. And speaking of which, I have one of our students, Miss Victoria Harris, and an RMC parent, Miss Collins, here to give their take on Richland One Middle College.
Good evening, I'm Victoria Harris, a senior at RMC and the current student body vice president. I've been attending RMC since 2021. My experience so far at RMC has been exciting. The school environment is a fun-filled experience where students actually feel love. The teachers show concern for our daily problems and reward us with what we call BIGS activities, which means Bulldogs in good standing. Our school is a small environment and it has small class sizes where the faculty and staff know us personally and we could get the extra help we need to succeed. The school has a variety of clubs such as the Book Club, National Honor Society, FBLA, Students in Action, and a Music and Performance Arts Club that provide us with greater opportunities to become student leaders. RMC has prepared me for the business world because each Wednesday we have to dress in corporate image, which is business attire. And because I was able to take dual enrollment courses on the campus of Midlands Technical College, I know that I am prepared for college life. At RMC, I always feel that I have a second family because of the safe and welcoming environment. I am proud to be a part of the Richland One Middle College legacy. Thank you.
Now I need to put my glasses on. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the Board of School Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon, and the Richland One family for just giving me a second to brag about Richland One Middle College. For any of you all that know me know that I've been in education for 26 years. My children have been blessed to grow up around educators far and wide. And so when it comes to education, we really look for particular things in a school. And so we've been very fortunate that in 2014, our son Goler attended Richland One Middle College, and he was actually able to start during the summer. So he started during the summer prior to his junior year and started off taking college courses even before he had been there as a junior, and was able to graduate from the middle college with 39 hours of college credit, which were then transferred directly into his program, and he left North Carolina A&T with a degree in applied engineering technology. 6 months, thank you. Hands up, Gola. 6 months prior to his graduation from A&T, he was offered a position that he accepted by General Electric. And so I really thank the middle college because the courses that he took, those 39 hours, were on track to be an associate of science. And so they gave him a wonderful opportunity of preparation, but not just the coursework. Richland One Middle College is a family. And leaving his zone school, which he had great experiences at his zone school, but going to that smaller environment, I really just saw him flourish in a way that I had not seen before. He was an honor student, he was on the track team at his zone school, played basketball, and he was solid, but it was just a different spark in him when he was with his middle college family. A few other things that Dr. Brabham discussed. The community service was also very important. It wasn't just an add-on, it was integrated into what the students lived and breathed at the middle college. And it wasn't just, okay, go get you some community service hours. The whole school went to go together to participate in certain initiatives. And so it truly is a family. Goler still talks about his middle college days. To the teachers that are here, they see Goler show up whenever he's in town. And that's one of his first stops is to go, and he graduated in 2016 as salutatorian. And so he has really encouraged his sister, who I'll speak about just briefly, to also join the middle college family. So she started this year as a junior. She's already taking college classes. She said, what? I don't have to raise my hand to go to the restroom? She said the professor said, if you need to go, go. If you need to take a phone call, take it. And so that already is preparing her for college life. How many times do we hear stories of students that were solid high school students but transition into a four-year institution and sometimes lose their way a little bit? And so she is having to manage her schedule. She has an asynchronous class. She has an in-person class plus one high school class. And she has the middle college family there to support her through this process. Now, there's always a little friendly competition between siblings. So her goal is to have at least 40 credits because she said her brother earned 39. She said she has to have at least 40. So I would like to thank not just Richland One Middle College, but also my children are Richland One babies. I taught at Horal Hill many moons ago. Goler went with me to Horal Hill, then he transferred to his own school of hand, did well at hand, went to Dreer for 2 years, was welcome and loved there, and then went to the middle college. Amira went to South Kilburn, go South Kilburn, went to Hand, went out of the country for a little bit, came back, and then she's a middle college, Dreer, and then middle college as well. So it gives them opportunities to participate in sports and clubs, but it also gives them that smaller family environment that really does help to nurture them. So when they go off into the world with whatever they do after school, they are truly well prepared. So I fully endorse the middle college as a parent and also as an educator because I know the importance of a solid education. And so, and I thank all the Richland One teachers, professionals, those that support Richland One, because guess what? Our babies need us. So thank you for all the work that you all do. Thank you for the middle college, and thank you all for your time.
That concludes the formal part of our presentation. I'll turn it over to Dr. Prince.
Thank you, Dr. Brabham, parent and student. Chairwoman Harris, this completes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, floor is open for any questions. I'd just like to say, as I stated to CSI, it is good to hear that these charter programs that we're sponsoring are doing very well. The proof is in the pudding. Lamar Richards still is in contact with me 6 years later. And I know when he graduated, he went to UNC Chapel Hill, ran for the president of student council, and won. And they said they never met a young man with that much mouth and power, and he is doing some great things. So I see it, I hear it all the time. The holidays, I know I'll be hearing from him as I see some of my other babies here tonight. I'm home for the holidays, but he is doing some great things, and we are very proud of him and all of the students. And as I say, the proof is in the pudding. I hear a lot of times people talk about the district, but when you can show what you know, that is really happening in this district, that is what changes the trajectory for everyone, that things are really happening at that middle college, and we are proud of what you all are doing. Continue to do that. I'll open the floor for any additional questions. Commissioner Devine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, as Chairwoman Harris has said earlier, thank you all so much for this presentation again on tonight. Again, all these have been vetted in committee, as we always do when these come up. But Dr. Prince, same question I asked Dr. Glover earlier. Has there been any material or adverse effects as defined in Regulations 5940 as pertains to charter schools?
No, sir.
All right. And then we go back to Dr. Bradham. How many non-certified teachers or staff do you employ?
All of our teachers are certified or on the pathway to certification.
All right. And then do you or has the school denied admission or shown preference to any individual or a group of individuals?
No, sir, we have not.
And lastly, how often does the board meet?
Our board meets monthly.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Commissioner Lomanak.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harrison. Thank you, Dr. Prince and Dr. Brabham. A number of my former students at Dreer transferred to Middle College, and it was a game changer for them, and it was a perfect fit. And when I was looking at the enrollment, I was concerned the 10-year trend, because I want to see this keep going in the way that it has. Do y'all have any ideas about why that enrollment has gone down? Is the dual enrollment that we're seeing inside our schools impacting that, or are there other variables that you think are at play?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lomanak. Competition in K-12 is so much greater than it was when this school was first founded. And for that reason, one of the things that our board has allowed us to do is to spend a portion of our budget to solicit help with marketing. Myself, we all are educators, and we're kind of dabbling a little bit in marketing now, but it's important to make sure that I believe it is wise to use money for that reason, because the competition is so fierce. And I believe that the dual enrollment offered to other schools does have an impact, but I would like to say at Richland One Middle College, it's an authentic opportunity for dual enrollment because the students are immersed in a college culture on a college campus. Mm-hmm. So that kind of sets us apart just a little bit from the offerings at other schools.
Well, thank you very much, and that's all the questions I have. Goler's mom, please tell Goler I said hello.
Any additional questions? Okay. Seeing none, Dr. Prince.
The administration is recommending the Richland One Middle College Charter renewal. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Devine. We'll open the floor for question or discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Y'all can bear with us. We have little technology issues tonight. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous, and Richland One Middle College, your charter has been renewed. Congratulations. We'll allow you to leave at this time. We will now transition to the office of the board. with 8-1, which is our 2022 Hall of Fame induction by Mr. Bachman and Ms. Karen York. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Yes, sir.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Witherspoon. The Richland One Hall of Fame recognizes persons throughout the district's history who have made significant contributions to Richland One, their professions, their communities, and society as a whole. 92 men and women have been inducted since the Hall of Fame was established in 2004. Which means that we'll soon be celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Richland One Hall of Fame. 14 nominations were submitted for the 2022 induction class. 2 board-appointed bodies facilitate the process, which ultimately leads to a recommendation being made to the board for final approval. The nomination selection committee members read and evaluate the nominations according to the established rubric. The Hall of Fame Advisory Board reviews the tabulations and formulates a recommendation to present to the Richland One Board of School Commissioners. Mr. Bob Bachman and I serve as members of the Hall of Fame Advisory Board. At this time, Mr. Bachman will provide summary information about the persons who are being recommended for induction into the Hall of Fame, and you have their nominations in your materials. After that, I'll return to make the formal recommendation.
Thank you, Karen. Madam Chairwoman Harris, members of the board, Dr. Witherspoon, administrative staff, and friends of Richland One. It is always a pleasure for me to play this role and appear on behalf of the Nomination and Selection Committee and the Advisory Board, because I get to think about the achievements of people that we recommend here and what they have meant to so many people. And tonight is no exception. I will identify, or I will describe in general, the qualifications of the 4 people that we are proposing for induction into the Hall of Fame without identifying them specifically. You, of course, have their full nominations and are perfectly aware of their qualifications. And I think you will see that our 4 proposed nominees, 3 of whom are graduates of Richland One schools, 3 of whom are still living with us, I think you will agree with me and agree with the Advisory Board and the Selection and Nomination Committee that these people, these 4 people, satisfy the purpose of the Hall of Fame. That is, as Karen has described, they have made significant contributions to to Richland One, to their professions, to their communities, and to society at large. And, as equally important, they serve as inspirations to our students, our teachers, our administrators, all of us in Richland One, students and parents. The one thing that these 4 people have in common is their devotion and dedication to education. They have all been educators, not just for a short period of time, but for decades and decades. And they have made careers out of the field of education. And their careers involve a variety of educational responsibilities and demonstrate the breadth of their contributions to our students, to our schools, our district, and our society. Their dedication to their own educations is an acknowledgement of their effort to promote education and to pay back those people who educated them, and they have certainly done that if you look at their records. They have given back in our schools, in our guidance offices, in principals' offices, on the athletic fields, as well as in professional and community service organizations. They have had an indirect effect on so many professions. I don't believe that there would be a profession or an occupation in which you would not find many of our students who have been taught, encouraged, advised, and counseled, and influenced by these 4 people. And so their effect their devotion to education has spread throughout so many other professions and ways of life. I will give you a composite picture, kind of a combination of these four people, without identifying specifically any of their particular aspects. But they have highly regarded reputations as teachers and administrators. They are known for their communicative, collaborative, and leadership skills. They have been trailblazers in their professional fields. They've been innovators in program and policy development. They have contributed to curriculum development programs and strategic planning programs. They have held numerous positions and fulfilled many responsibilities at the district level, expanding their influence in policy development and implementation. And one of the things I think is most important is they have been mentors to other practicing teachers and aspiring teachers and administrators. They have served as official and unofficial counselors and mentors to students and student athletes. They have developed student motivational programs. They have participated in community service activities in their churches and in volunteer organizations. They have been frequently honored by their peers and professional organizations for their contributions. We would submit that these people deserve your vote as members of the Hall of Fame. They will fit perfectly into those people who are already in our Hall of Fame. And in conclusion, I would just say thank you so much for your consideration of the recommendation that Karen will make to the board. And I would like to acknowledge Karen York and her staff for the contributions that they have made in terms of providing administrative support to our committee. Madam Chairwoman, I would be more than happy to answer any questions which you or any members of the commission and the board might have.
Okay, we'll open the floor at this time for any questions, comments. Commissioner Weston?
I love the idea of that. Still want to know the cost. I need that. The cost that the district is going into, since there's not a foundation to support that. That would be Mr. York.
Ms. York, I think, would probably be able to answer that question of Commissioner Weston better than I could.
And if possible, we can answer that in the board report part, because it's not aligned to what we are discussing right now. We're actually voting on the slate of candidates. So Commissioner Weston, we'll be happy to get to that when we get in board report.
Okay, that's fine. That sort of implies that if we do go ahead with that we're supporting that financially, and that was why that question came out.
Okay, absolutely. Any additional questions or comments from anyone? Seeing none, hearing none, we will go back to Ms. Karen.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the administration recommends approval of 4 persons for induction into the Richland 1 Hall of Fame. If approved, of course, we will contact those persons or their families, after which, as we normally do, we will have a news conference to announce their names. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Bishop and second by Commissioner Devine. We'll open the floor for question or discussion at this time. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Let the record reflect that the Hall of Fame inductee class for the 2022 Hall of Fame has been approved. The vote is 6 yeas and 1 abstention. Thank you so very much, Ms. York and Mr. Bachman, for all that you do. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to 8.2, which is our 2021-22 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, our ACFR report by Ms. Sherry Matthew Hazel. Thank you.
Good evening, Board Chair Harris, board members, and Dr. Witherspoon. This report was presented to all board committees last week. Ms. Arnett Edmond, there she is. She's the Director of Accounting. She is our audit project lead. And I also would like to point out Ms. Adrienne Berg, our audit manager with our external auditors with Malden and Jenkins. She's sitting next to Arnett. She's here present as well, in case you have any questions on the audit. It is with pleasure to report the 21-22 audit report issued by external auditors Malden and Jenkins. Our external auditors issued the district an unmodified or a clean audit opinion with no material audit findings. Our external auditors has also included the State Department of Ed audit report as a recommendation in the management letter. However, this does not impact the clean audit opinion or audit findings issued by them. I just want to highlight a few items in the executive summary. There were no instances of noncompliance, which are material to the basic financial statements, no material weaknesses in internal controls over major programs. Also want to state that we ended the fiscal year with a undesignated fund balance of $16.2 million, which is for one-time spending, compared to $34.66 million last year. Also want to point out that we reserve 8.75% of the required fund balance, which is considered our savings account, or $31.3 billion, compared to $29.3 million last year. We are also assigning or reserving $31 million for reallocation for the Early Childhood Center, and you'll hear some more come up later on the agenda about that. Student Nutritional Services, they ended the year with a revenue over expenditures of $3.8 million compared to expenses over revenue of $314,552. Just want to point out this is the 34th consecutive year for national awards for reporting from the GFOA and the Association of School Business Officials for the district. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, floor is open at this time for any questions in regards to our annual comprehensive financial report. Commissioner Devine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff for this CAFR report that we have in front of us. Was this report submitted to the state in a timely manner?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may have mentioned this, but if you would just indulge us again, was a management letter issued with any recommendations by the external auditor?
They had a general recommendation. They usually review any audit reports that other agencies are doing, and what they do, they come back and they will include it as a recommendation for us, but it doesn't affect the significance of our clean audit report, or it does not raise to the fact that it is a material weaknesses to our internal controls.
Right. The board does have a stated policy as to the size of the fund balance, and have we met that criteria?
We have.
And
for this year, it's 8.75%.
8.75%. And
Yes,
what's
sir.
the numerical number? What's the?
It is $31.4 million in round dollars.
All right, and then so next year, we still have to increase that by another 0.25% to 9%, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and the reason why we do that is to assist us with getting bonds at a lower rate so that there's less cost to our community and to our taxpayers.
Yes, sir, it does. And also it makes us fiscal responsible in case there is something significant to happen. I hate to even think about that,
Right.
but you always want that savings account. It's not a lot, but it gives us, I think, a little bit over 35 days worth of savings for the district.
All right, and then final question, and again, let me back up. These are questions that we've asked in committee meetings, so these questions have already been vetted through committee already, and these are questions that we're just asking now in public. Did the finance staff close out books late so that the audit could not be done in a timely manner?
They closed it out on time, and the audit was done in a timely manner and submitted to the State Department of Education as required by December 1st.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. What kind of audit does Malden and Jenkins perform? Is this a financial statement audit, or?
They perform a extensive internal control testing, auditing and testing of the financial statement, and also they are required to perform audits, special audit procedures on our certain federal programs.
Okay, so it's generally an external audit with a financial statement audit, and then also special funds, like a special revenue funds audit on the federal
But
dollars?
also extensive testing and being able to accept our condition of internal controls before they move forward in moving towards the audit.
And so it's not a forensic audit, right?
No, it's not a forensic audit.
And so in 2020, we got a clean audit, but that's also the year that we have alleged that Mr. Brady stole money from the district, right?
Yes, but we were the ones who discovered that due to our internal controls. So that's how we have internal controls. We had checks and balances in place to catch him before he even began early on in the
Well,
the incident.
we got a clean audit when he had defrauded us before we caught him. So in other words, he began defrauding us in December when he spent $2,000 at a hotel. We didn't catch that in December. We didn't catch it in January. We didn't catch it in February. We didn't catch it in March. Nobody was reviewing those statements. So we didn't catch it with our internal controls. And in fact, that's what our internal auditor said. But we got a clean audit that year before we caught him. So my point is, it's good to get a clean audit, but this audit is not trying to uncover exactly what Mr. Brady did and exactly the things that our internal auditor has raised concerns about. Isn't that right?
Our auditor could probably speak more directly to that. They look at materiality. If you know, we are a $250 million organization. That's how much money we are responsible for. When you talk about Brady, who stole $20,000, yes, he did. Yes, we uncovered it. But the auditors look at materiality, $250 million versus 20,000. They set the bar as to where we stand financially. So I think Ms. Berg, if you want to get into the weeds on exactly what they do, she can probably tell you more.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any additional questions? I have one follow-up question. You mentioned that the information from the State Department was provided to our external auditors?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was their findings?
The State Department auditors or our external auditors?
What did our external auditors say when the State Department's audit was presented to them?
They did not consider that a significant material finding. They have made a recommendation in our management letter to look at these recommendations and implement them to mitigate our risk. But as far as being significant to the audit, they did not consider it a significant audit finding.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
At this time, Commissioner Weston?
So what you're saying is that it's a minor issue?
No, I'm not saying that. Every dollar taken from the district I consider is something we need to look at. No, the auditor has asked us to look at the report, and you will have Ms. Outing coming forward after me talking about corrective action. We are going to look at it. We are making recommendations. We are putting forth a corrective plan to address those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay. Thank you so very much. Is this an action item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a recommendation?
So recommend, the administration so recommends approval of the annual financial report.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval, Madam Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Devine, second by Commissioner Bishop. We'll open the floor at this time for any additional questions, if there are any. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote at this time. Let the record reflect that the 21-22 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, which is our ACFR report, has been approved. The vote is 6 yeas and 1 abstention. Thank you so much, Ms. Matthew Hazel, for that report. At this time, we will move on to 8.3, which is the Physical Watch Designation, which is being presented on tonight, again by Ms. Sharon Matthew Hazel.
Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Witherspoon, on December 6, 2022, the district received notification from the South Carolina Department of Education. They declared the district to be on fiscal watch as a result of their P-card audit findings. We have Ms. Outing, who is our procurement director. She will walk us through the review of the audit findings and the district corrective action plans that we are putting in place this evening.
Okay.
Good afternoon, or good evening, rather. Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Witherspoon. Tonight, I will be presenting and discussing information on the 22 audit findings that were identified by the State Department of Education. I will discuss each finding and the corrective actions the district will take to address each. This audit covered 2 fiscal years. Upon completion, I will be glad to respond to any questions. The scope of the actual audit. The State Department of Education came in and conducted an audit that covered a period of March 28th through August 27th of 2022. The audit consisted of 426 statements with 3,858 P-card transactions that did cover 2 fiscal years as previously stated. The audit findings, the exceptions of the 426 statements, 18 exceptions, 4.2%. Of the 3,858 transactions, 71 exceptions, or 1.8% identified. Finding 1. Card approvers and liaisons not reviewing P-card transactions for compliance and completeness. Transactions are reviewed by the P-card and the P-card administrator, the procurement office, which is under my umbrella. The auditors noted several, didn't give specific amount, of the 3,858 transactions. Our corrective actions we intend to take, we will send the reminders to ensure that they follow with compliance and completeness of each cardholder. Purchases were legitimate educational purposes. However, during the review, there were instances where all forms were inadvertently or omitted information.
Moved on to the next item. Slide.
There you go.
Slide 2. Recommendations from the internal auditor report not implemented. Recommendations were implemented. Some of the recommendations that were implemented from the internal audit report consisted of a certification form that was created in March of 2022. The recommendation to deactivate non-used cards, that was implemented. Another recommendation was to confirm hard or wet signatures on statements. Those things were implemented. What the district intends to do is to implement in our internal procurement procedures the update and review the written procedures to comply with what we're doing, our current practices. So we'll make sure that's written in our updated actual internal procurement procedures. Finding 3, use of P-card by someone other than the cardholder. An example, a secretary may have ordered supplies with the approval to use the supervisor's P-card to place the order online or by phone. Again, 30 transactions of the 3,858 were identified by the auditors. Let's be clear, the approval was given by the supervisor and or the principal at the time in the presence of that principal or that supervisor. They were educational purchases. The card was used in the presence of the cardholder with authorization. No inappropriate orders were found. Again, the district will revise the current IPP or internal procurement procedures to reflect what our current policies and practices are. That's our intent. Finding 4, personal purchases made with the P card. No personal purchases were made, all district business related. They identified 3 of 3,858 transactions. The measures we plan to take: reminders to the cardholders not to use personal memberships for district business items. An example could have been Sam's personal account or Amazon Prime account, where they inadvertently, based on information saved in the system, use their card. Again, by accident, not intentional. Finding number 5, purchases shipped to a residence. Purchases were district business related. As previously stated in finding number 4, again, it happens inadvertently, not intentionally, when we have account that could have 2 different addresses. We will ensure that we make it very clear in our internal procurement procedures in writing that use of your personal address is prohibited. We will make sure that is written in our internal procurement procedures when updated. Finding number 6, purchases of equipment with value of $100 or more. 9 findings of 3,858. Again, we will remind the cardholders that this is prohibited. Additionally, we will make sure that we understand, or our cardholders and our district employees are aware of the complete definition of what constitutes equipment, and what is prohibited and what's not prohibited. And we will recommend that for equipment type purchases, a purchase order is used versus the P card. Number 7, excessive rate charge to the P card. An isolated incident, one incident of 3,858 was identified. This identified a single reservation deemed non-refundable at a lower rate for lodging. Once it became available, we reserved the actual room at the rate that it was qualified to be in accordance with our district travel guidelines. However, once the reservation was made, it was non-refundable. Finding number 8, superintendent does not have an approval for the P card. Let's be clear, all transactions were business-related transactions. The CFO, Chief Financial Officer, and the P card administrator reviews the superintendent's monthly transactions. The board chairperson is currently approving those transactions. Finding number 9, splitting transactions to circumvent single transaction limits, $1,500. As previously stated, this particular audit covered 2 fiscal years. That $1,500 was in effect through June 30th of 2022. They identified one transaction as a split transaction of 3,858 transactions. Cardholders will be reminded of P card compliance to ensure that they will not continue to do such acts. Finding number 10, P card policies and procedures not updated. As previously stated, we are in the process of updating our IPP. Training will also be provided district-wide for cardholders to identify all of the updates that we will implement in the changes. Finding number 11, district and cardholders not following P card policies and procedures. District will adjust internal procurement procedures to remove requisition language to reflect current practices. This was actually information or instructions that's currently in our policy that indicates or requested a requisition that was left in error from the state's guidelines. We will make that correction in our internal procurement procedures to reflect our current practices, whereas a requisition is not required. However, approval form will be in place as that methodology or the method for approving the purchases. Number 12, purchase from vendors with block merchant category codes, MCC. All transactions were for district businesses. Again, 35 of 3,858 transactions identified. Currently, there have been changes made for each cardholder to determine who can and cannot make certain purchases. What we intend to do is to modify our internal procurement procedures to align with our current practices and job responsibilities. That will address the inappropriate purchases from blocked merchant category codes. Finding number 13, P card used for prohibited purposes. Again, all transactions were for district purposes, district businesses. Auditors identified 12 of 3,858 transactions. The corrective actions we intend to take, cardholders and approvers to be reminded on the use of the deviation form for compliance and completeness. The deviation form is an allowance of anything outside of what's written in our IPP. So we will ensure that for compliance purposes, if it's a need to use the P card for something other than what's outlined in our current guidelines, that the appropriate forms, the deviation form, is completed. (14) Required district forms missing or not completed properly. This finding addresses incomplete information on a form. The district will continue to monitor forms that are submitted accordingly and ensure that our cardholders and our approvers ensure that they have verify that those documents are completed to the satisfaction for compliance and completeness going forward. Finding number 15, unauthorized signature on monthly P-card statement and P-card receipt forms. Auditors identified 1 of 426 P-card statements identified. Corrective action measure, reminder to cardholders and approvers to comply with the internal P-card procedures. Monthly statements will continue to be reviewed to ensure compliance. Full justifications will be necessary for all future forms. Finding number 16, purchasing card violation warning form not completed for cardholders identified as violating the P-card policy. The auditors identified 2 transactions of 3,858. The individuals were notified after the review of the actual transaction. They were notified of noncompliance. The checks and balances worked. However, in the future, we will ensure that the P-card violation form, as identified in our internal procurement procedures, is completed in the future. Number 17, finding number 17, P-card statements not reviewed by the deadline. Currently, the auditors identified 10 out of 426 statements. The corrective action measure, which we are currently doing, if they're received in my office after the 10th, the card is deactivated. We have record of that, and we will continue to enforce that. Finding number 18, monthly P-card statements not dated. 1 out of 426 statements during that 5-month period was identified as 1 statement not signed. Again, we will ensure and remind our cardholders to review in detail the signature as well as date the statements prior to submitting them to our office. Finding number 19, items purchased for an event after the event occurred. Each transaction was applicable to the initially approved district event. The 2 incidents in question out of the 3,858 transactions, The P card administrator will continue to monitor for compliance. The examples that they cited, they didn't come and ask us for clarification. We have the clarification. One of the two incidents was a professional development day that was held by elementary school. They inadvertently wrote the wrong date on their P card receipt form. They had 2 professional development days, and they just wrote down the wrong day. Immaterial finding. Finding number 20. Invoice receipt did not provide adequate details of items purchased, nor invoice receipt to support purchase. 10 out of 3,858 transactions were identified. The corrective action measure, approvers and liaisons will be reminded to review transactions to ensure sufficient documentation is provided. We will ensure that it won't be a confirmation, but it will be a receipt. However, the confirmation matches the RTA and or the information that was provided to support the transaction. But we will ensure that we provide detailed retraining to our end users to understand that. Finding number 21, monthly P card statement not signed by the cardholder nor the approver. 1 out of 426 P card statements, there was 1 exception found. Again, immaterial finding, we will continue to remind our cardholders, our approvers, to ensure that they are signing the statements, they're reviewing them for compliance, and they are dating them. And finally, finding number 22. The district did not maintain an accurate list of cardholders. The district disagrees with this finding. The cardholder list is current at all times, so no changes were proposed. During the time they came in to provide the audit, we were between 2 fiscal years. A fluid list, whereas administrators change throughout the fiscal year, they come and go. So the list that we had on file was an accurate list, and each list is dated as the services or as the card is deactivated, active, or not, or removed from the actual user. Next steps. The district is preparing to send the reminders district-wide by the end of this week. Retraining is scheduled for the month of January of 2023 with cardholders, approvers, and liaisons to provide an overview of all the changes to the internal procurement procedures. Changes to the internal procurement procedures will be implemented by January of 2023. In summary, the modifications include but not limited to updating the P card procedures and providing annual reviews. New monthly certification checklists will be put in place for approvers to review each step at every level, cardholder approval prior to it getting to the procurement office and the P card administrator. Retraining the cardholders, the approvers, and liaison. We do that annually now. We will continue to do that. And finally, we will add stricter consequences for violations. That concludes my presentation.
Again, to Ms. Alden and to Ms. Matthew Hazel, we certainly want to thank you for sharing those findings with the board in depth detail, and even with the public in depth detail of the findings of our State Department in their follow-up review. I will open the floor at this time for any additional questions or comments from any board member. Ms. Alden, did you need some water? Because you done a lot of talking. You good?
I'm well.
Okay. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you for that information, very good details. Just for understanding, can you please give me an outline of who all is a P card holder?
Okay, your P card holders could consist of your directors or your principals at your schools, as well as your superintendent, And for, on the administration side, we have several based on their roles. Bus drivers, activity bus drivers.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. Ms. Outing, and I don't know if you're the best person to answer this or Dr. Witherspoon. When was the district first informed by the State Department that the State Department was going to conduct an audit?
You want me to answer? I don't have my timeline with me.
We can get you that date, but it was around the, when we first was notified they were coming in, it was, I think, around the September timeframe.
And when they
August,
conducted,
September timeframe.
August or September, okay. And when they conduct an audit, I assume they come to the district in person?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And how many folks from the State Department comprise this team that audited us?
Well, it varied. You had initially, the supervisor involved, maybe 3 to 4 individuals, and then some would leave and a few would stay, depending on their schedule. And they only stayed about a week. Yeah, about a week to a week and a half, and then they may have taken some of our copies of our records back and maybe completed their audit.
And what month, or if you don't remember the date, what month were they actually physically at the district making those requests and copying documents?
We can get you the exact date of that.
That would be great.
Because they were back and forth. They would come in and they said, we'll be back in a few days. So, because they were working several audits at a time.
And so over that period of time, they spent about a week's worth of time just at the district reviewing documents?
Correct.
Okay. And they were reviewing, auditing records from March of 2022 to August of 2022, right?
That is correct.
And so when you said 2 fiscal years, what you're talking about is that overlapped. It was the end of one fiscal year and then the beginning of another.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Washington issued a 2021 internal audit report that's obviously been widely disseminated about a year ago. And he had reviewed, I think, his review was of the 2020, either fiscal year or calendar year, and found a lot of the same issues. I had asked the board in February of last year for us to review that memo and examine the issues that he brought to us so that we could ask questions and avoid what's now just happened with the State Department. Do you think that had the board ever met, because the board has not had a substantive conversation about Mr. Washington's memo, and I was told specifically, in fact, in an email, that we were going to let the legal process regarding Mr. Brady take its course. The problem is that Mr. Washington raised issues that were outside of Mr. Brady's specific conduct. Is there a role for the board to play to help oversee financial management to avoid being placed on fiscal watch status?
Commissioner Lomanak, that is a question for the board, and I'll be happy to respond to that. Absolutely. That is our responsibility. That is one of the reasons why we have an internal auditor that does the internal audits. He shows us a scope of work, things that's going to be audited, as well as he takes on special projects. As you recalled in the audit that you're talking about, Mr. Washington had come in and done an audit, you're correct, but he did not get a chance to come in and do his follow-up audit before the state audit. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Washington, you didn't get a chance to do the follow-up audit because this audit was going on. That is correct? Okay, so we have an individual that works on our behalf to bring those findings to us. So even at this point right now, at this juncture, we've had an external auditor, and then we've had the State Department come in and audit, but our internal auditor has not had a chance to come back in, because I believe that's an 18-month window. And I think we're somewhere within the 12 weeks, 12 months. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I got this in my head right. Yes, if you can just answer that for me.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Witherspoon. Our audits, well, my auditing standards state that a follow-up audit should be done between 6 to 18 months after the conclusion of the audit, yes.
So within 6 months, 6 to 18, 18 at the outside, 6 at the earliest. And that doesn't prohibit the board from responding to your memo to the board and asking questions and engaging in a discussion about your findings, right?
I don't speak to the activities of the board.
Okay.
Board
But,
conducts them.
but there's nothing, like, if we wanted to meet with you about that memo, you wouldn't say, I can't talk to you about that until I've done my follow-up, right? You'd answer questions about your findings.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Let me speak to that. Mr. Washington, I recall the meeting, Lower Richland High School. Did you not come and speak to that audit report to this board, and we asked detailed questions? We asked whether or not you had found fraud. Has fraud ever been found? Were some of the questions I recalled asking you. And that was in regards to your audit. Am I correct?
Yes, that
So-
was in public session.
Right, so did not the board, to Mr. Lomanak's point, did not the board at that particular meeting ask questions about your findings?
As I recall, yes, they asked
Thank
questions
you,
about.
thank you.
Let me say this, and I'll publish the email that I sent to Cheryl Harris on February 11th, begging us to actually talk about your findings. Because your findings, you found that the use of the P card by someone other than the card holder, same as State Department. You found that purchases were shipped to a residence, same as the State Department. You found that people were splitting transactions, same as the State Department. You found that the required district forms were missing or not completed properly, same as the State Department. This is a year and a half before the State Department's records. You were viewing things in 2020. You found that there were unauthorized signatures on monthly P card statements. You found that there appeared to be different people signing the same name. And you found that P card statements were not reviewed by deadlines. In fact, in some instances, they were not reviewed until 240 days after the statement came out, which directly relates to Mr. Brady's conduct, because he obviously misspent using someone else's credit card, $2,000 at the Holiday Inn Express, and that wasn't uncovered until people started to look into him because he directly disobeyed his supervisor's request about a whole different procurement issue. So it wasn't some internal procedure that would have caught Mr. Brady. That would have happened in January, a month after he illegally spent money using someone else's cards. So I guess my point is, I asked that we sit down and talk about all of these findings, and we never did. The response was, let the legal process play out. But that doesn't prevent us from talking about Mr. Washington's other findings regarding this, and I think we abdicated our role, and then the legal process that's played out, we've now been accused in open court of obstructing that legal process. So I think we really do need to step back, and I think the board's got to take its audit role more seriously. There is no audit committee because it was determined that the entire board should perform that role. We just didn't perform it in this instance. We should have met after the Mr. Brady incident and after Mr. Washington raised all these issues, and we really should have met. And I asked that it be a work session topic at one point. It just never was. So I think the board has abdicated its role. I think we could have avoided this. You know, I know that people want to minimize the State Department's findings and all of that, but we could have avoided all this, I believe, had the board actually taken its role more seriously when we had the chance. Thank you, Chairwoman Harris, and thank you, Mr. Washington, and thank you for your 2021 report.
Let me respond to a few things that Mr. Lomanak stated. Mr. Lomanak, you can only speak for yourself. You cannot say what the board did not take action on, because that would be very dishonest. A whole lot of mistruths being told. I recall a board meeting where we went into great details about all of these items that we are talking about. And if I'm understanding the scope of time that the State Department went back and reviewed, some of that even overlaps with some of the scope of time that Mr. Washington also did an audit.
No, not exactly.
Okay, it's at the tail end.
My audit period was
In
calendar year 2020. Calendar year 2020.
Right. The
The State Department of Education's review encompassed transactions from
Right.
March 22 to August 22.
Right, right. So to the point of the board not taking their role serious, I think that's not a fair statement. I think that the board does take their role very seriously. I think we can only speak for ourselves, so, it would be fair to say maybe, Mr. Lomanek, you feel you didn't take your role seriously, but I think we took our roles very seriously in making sure that what the internal auditor were giving to us was being implemented, et cetera. Even when I spoke to the auditor about his follow-up audit, he shared with me, because this other audit was going on, in other words, because it had been done, and you correct me if I'm wrong, your opportunity to come in and review this, they've already done a review of which you would have done.
Well, given that a regulatory body comes in, it would be inappropriate for me to get in the way, if you
Right,
will.
right.
So I remove myself from a follow-up and allow the State Department to do their audit.
Right. So, and I'm glad we have you at the mic, because I have a lot of questions. I know we rely on you very heavily, Mr. Washington, as our internal auditor. You've been at the table when the State Department came in and shared their findings. Were you made aware?
At the table?
Were you made aware?
yes.
Okay. Let me rephrase that, because I don't want to misspeak on nobody. That's not fair. We'll get to that later. You've been shared the same information that the board has gotten,
Correct, yes.
and we trust you. Do these findings rise to the level of this district being placed on fiscal watch in your personal, professional level? And I understand why a district can be put on fiscal watch. I've heard what the external auditors have said, and they said no material findings for X, Y, Z, and the third. You're the internal auditor.
Well, it's not just my professional opinion, but also to put it in proper context, you can look at South Carolina Code, I think it's 59-2090, if I'm not mistaken. I can research that. to
Okay.
make sure, and also the regulations that are put forth by the State Department. It outlines 5 specific criteria for being put on fiscal watch. I think it's pretty clear that those 4, there's no debate. There's no way we should be put on fiscal watch based on those 4 criteria.
On those criteria.
The 5th one does speak to if they come in and do an audit and they find significant deficiencies, material weaknesses, continual noncompliance, that is a factor that may
Right.
allow the superintendent of education to put us on a fiscal watch.
Right.
I don't think that the audit that they put forth rises to that level.
And I appreciate that, because as I said, and everybody at this table, as a board, we take what you do very seriously. And to be put on fiscal watch, which is a low level, but there are some requirements to be put on fiscal watch. And the external auditor is saying there isn't material findings that this should have happened. You're the internal auditor, and you're practically saying the same thing to us tonight, that based on their requirement, their rubric, we shouldn't have never been put on fiscal watch.
And again, I'm speaking specifically to
Specifically.
their report. And
Right.
nowhere in their report will you find that terminology regarding whether or not there were significant deficiencies or material weaknesses.
Right.
Their job as auditors is to present that report to their upper level of management. And
Right.
my understanding is that that level makes the determination as to whether or not you should be put on fiscal watch.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. Washington. Are there any additional questions at this time? I have some more, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues. Commissioner Devine?
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. This goes to Ms. Alding or whomever with the question and answers. Can you tell us if single users were responsible for multiple findings?
Single users,
Were responsible
multiple
for
users, not
yes,
single
I'm
users.
sorry, yeah.
Multiple users or car holders.
Correct.
Various. It's not any specific 1 or 2 persons. It was across the board.
Okay.
And we've reviewed that, and those violations are put in place as such, where we have the consequences that we notify those particular violators.
Okay.
Is this on?
And is this an annual audit that's performed by this regulatory body regarding this item, or is this a random audit performed by this body, by this regulatory body?
This was a random, this is the first time.
Okay. And you've been in this position for how long as director?
Since 2020,
Okay.
January of 2020.
But you've been in this department for how long?
I've been in an apartment, I want to say 17 years.
In your 17 years, this is the first random audit we received from this regulatory body pertaining to P cards in particular.
That's correct.
All right. And I don't know if you can answer this, or if the CFO or the internal auditor. Do we know the regulatory body's tolerance or risk management for errors or rate of error for the regulatory body?
We don't know, and that's one of the questions we ask. We do know based on the population of what they're tested and the number of occurrence, you can lead to the conclusion that these are not significant findings. They are guided, and you may be able to speak more to that, the Yellow Book, and I think Kelvin can speak a little bit more about the standards they use for auditing. So I'm going to let him talk a little bit more about that, since that's in the auditing realm.
And in the audit universe, and I don't know what that is, what is the typical tolerance level for auditing or rate of error for organizations that you are familiar with or that you've had the opportunity to audit?
Yeah, I can't speak to what the State Department of Education does. In my audit, if you go back to 2020, my audit is more of an internal process, and it's there to identify opportunities to improve. As you recall, it does not even state that there were any significant financial impact to any of the conditions that I noted during the audit. Again, I use the word conditions, not findings. It's a roadmap to improve the process. That's what the internal audit process is. It's a method of improving the operations. There was nothing significant, no material in my audit that was found. No significant financial impact. I did state that there was the risk of a regulatory body coming in, and that was noteworthy because a regulatory body doesn't care about the error rate or the financial impact. It's all about compliance. So when you see one item out of
424.
it would not show up in my audit report because their occurrence rate is not significant enough to report on.
Okay. So let me be very clear. I think this board has been very diligent in its work. We take this very seriously. I know some may think that we don't, but we do. Let me speak for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I take this very seriously, and I appreciate staff acknowledging that we have a challenge before us. We've addressed it. We will move forward. We look forward to the next audit that comes through. That rate of error should be even less than what we have now, 4.2% and 1.8%. We hope that is down to 0, but we know we work with people, and you have the human error rate, and so we have to be mindful of of looking at this thing from a holistic perspective. Our annual budget is over $300 million, close to $400 million, almost $750 million that run through this organization. And again, we make sure that we're in compliance from a regulatory perspective. Thus, the internal auditor, talking to other school districts across the state, I've got some phone calls that are looking at how we employ the internal auditor. I think we will see more school districts across the state employ internal auditors going forward, which is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Some school districts can and cannot, and it provides just an extra layer of oversight. So again, we do take this very seriously. I think we've taken this on as an organization. We acknowledge this. We push back on some of this, which is fine. But we're saying going forward, we're going to work with the State Department, with this regulatory department, to get this matter cleared up, and we move forward as an organization. There's no perfect organization. There's no perfect anything out here. So we're going to continue to move forward. This board, if we need to have an additional meeting about this matter, Madam Chair, I would suggest that we do that after the holidays and move forward. But when you're ready, I'm ready to make a motion to whatever we're going to do going forward. But I would like to, at this point, if that's okay, I move that we appeal the fiscal watch decision of the regulatory body that has placed this on Richland School District 1.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion before the board to appeal the decision of the State Department as it relates to the P-card audit. It's been made by Commissioner Devine. It's been properly seconded by Commissioner Bishop. We'll open the floor for question or discussion at this time. Commissioner Lomanak.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. Has the district received any comments from the State Department in response to our audit responses?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions to the motion? Commissioner Weston?
My question is, what sanctions will be applied to those who abuse the P card?
Okay, Ms. Lomanak, Lord Jesus. Ms. Outing?
So we have a multi-tier process in place, and we will be strengthening that particular tier. We have a warning. We have a 30-day suspension to cut it off, and then we have a complete removal of the process of the actual P card holder.
Okay, so has that been addressed with these issues?
We will be addressing that in our internal procurement procedures, identifying those, consequences.
Okay.
That's what we will be addressing. We have those in place now, though.
Identifying those, but not necessarily applying some rule to their not being used. You're going to go through the tiered process.
No, we will be applying them. We will continue to do what we're doing now. We do have the processes in place.
Okay. They're talking about the superintendent's budget or spending was not showing up, it was not being audited. So it's the board's decision, not just one person, but is there a review to set up to see all of the expenditures so that if there's going to be brought before us, we need to know?
Ms. Commissioner Weston, if you're speaking to the superintendent's purchases, those are reviewed, and they're reviewed by me. That's a requirement. I have to sign off on when he's using his P card for travel, which is the same thing with the board. There's a chain of command, I think, and that's what Ms. Alden is saying, that's in place. When the board travels, Eva submits that to the superintendent's office. When the superintendent does the same thing with his P card, that is signed off by me. But when I got here today, the folder was waiting for me. It's a familiar folder. I am to review that, and I'm to sign off on it. So those things are in place, have been in place, and any other board chair that's sitting at this table can attest to the fact. We do that on almost a weekly basis, because even though we only meet twice a month, the board and chair has a meeting weekly. And a lot of times in those meetings, the superintendent secretary, Marietta, will bring the file to us to go ahead and do the review. So that is being done. Why it was in there.
That's my question.
Right. But it's being done, and that's a regular practice that has been in place for years.
Now that the spending for purchases has gone from $50,000 for oversight to $250,000, how are we going to keep up with that and monitor that?
Madam Chair.
It's two different matters.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're not speaking germane to
the purchases that you're talking about is the new way that the state is now allowing the district to conduct business. We asked the superintendent to put that ceiling in there at 250. He could have done it without it, but because we asked, he put a ceiling in there. What we've asked, and I think this goes back to Commissioner Lomanak, is that we get a review of that on, is it a monthly basis? So we're gonna be getting that report in January. It's not inactive just yet. That's why we're still voting on contracts. However, in January 2023, it will go to the new way. And in the new way, we will just receive a report. That report, when it comes to us, we will be allowed to review that. But the P card purchases, and I'll use our office for an example, Eva has the only P card for us. So when we travel, we don't touch that card. Eva books the travel. Eva takes care of everything. And I can even say this, I think sometimes with the travel, it may exceed the 1,500 mark. That's why the board now has gone to, I believe we're doing the invoice piece now, right? We're doing that different. So we don't have that as a violation. Because a lot of times when the board is traveling, it's expensive and it may exceed. And I know a lot of times Eva's trying to get us into these conferences that sometimes sell out if she don't book them in about a certain time. So she goes in and puts in yours and Lomanak's and Divine and everybody. By the time she's finished, she may just be over that amount. So one of the things that we're putting in place now is, I believe y'all are doing something different now for us.
Effective January will go to $2,500.
Right.
If it exceeds that, I spoke about the deviation form.
Right.
That will
So-
be in place because certain
that's what we
conferences only take a P card.
Right.
Versus a purchase order.
Right.
You mentioned one, and I don't know exactly how you meant it. You said it's immaterial findings?
Yes, nothing related financially.
And so that's what is, to me, immaterial is not important. So that's why I was asking that question.
No,
Okay.
that wasn't interpreted from me that way.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
As a new board member, I knew these things before coming on, and I was concerned. And so now, as a board member, I'm saying what you would do to teachers or people at another level, there would be a sanction and it would be in place, and you're not doing the same thing when it's overall. So I don't understand that. Why it's being delayed and not doing something immediate, because you can look at that information and know who's done that.
You want me to respond?
Do you want to speak to that, Dr. Wilson?
I believe we just explained respectfully that we do have those processes in place where we are enacting and enforcing the violations that we have in place. We cut off cards. Your statements are not received in a timely fashion. The card is deactivated. We do monitor those things. The P card administrator that's in my office, that is what her charge is to do. So becoming effective next year, we will put more emphasis on that, whereas I mentioned in my presentation, a checklist will be enforced, where it's going to be prior to getting to my office. It's a multi-tier reviewing for compliance prior to it getting to the P card administrator. So
Okay.
we are
So that's
improving our
going
process.
forth, but nothing behind.
Yes, ma'am, we can't go back to the past. We're going forward and improving our processes going forward.
And improving the processes is really important, and I'm so glad that you said that.
Yes, ma'am.
But if I have violated something, some sanction needs to be brought onto me.
Madam Chair.
That's just the way that I see it, and that was my question.
Commissioner Bishop?
I'm just a little confused where we are in this process. I think there's a motion on the floor, and I'm not sure the line of questioning is germane to what Mr. Devine, Commissioner Devine, proposed as a motion.
Yes, sir. Okay. Ms.
So
Weston, are you?
we about to forget what the motion is.
Right, right. Any additional questions, Ms. Weston? You did have the floor.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Lomanak, you had your hand up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let Commissioner Myers go.
I just wanted him to repeat the motion. I'm sorry.
The motion is that we appeal
Okay.
the decision of the State Department, which I believe that the board is privy to.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Wasn't privy to it.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. My question is, the appeal, is it an all or nothing? Or can you appeal certain findings, or do you have to appeal the overall finding of being put on fiscal watch?
I don't have that answer.
I think, again, that's going to be the board's decision, being that we are setting the motion. Commissioner Devine, do you want to express that? I think it is overall, so do you want to speak to that? It's overall?
Yeah, so my motion would be to appeal the entire fiscal watch that's placed on the district.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, there is a motion set before us. Do we need to take this manual? We can take it electronically. All right, we will now call for the vote on appealing this decision. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous and the board has approved.
No, it's not.
I'm sorry. The motion passed. The physical watch designation, it will be appealed by the Richland 1 Board of Commissioners, 5 yeas and 2 nays. Thank you so much, Mr. Devine. Let me speak to one other matter in regards to the physical watch designation. To my board, to my colleagues, I received a call from a reporter asking for a response from me, and I don't remember the person's name, so please forgive me, in regards to a statement that was on a blog by a fellow board member that spoke to a letter that came out on October the 27th, and, you know, if the board chair knew she needed to resign. So, of course, I was a little blindsided because I don't read people's blogs. I deal in facts, and I think we all need to do more of that. I told the reporter I didn't know exactly what they were talking about. He was confused, I was confused. I said, I don't know anything about a meeting on October 27th. He did reach out to the State Department, and the State Department, I really appreciate them, because again, as we said, Mr. Devine, there's no perfect organization, did submit a letter to us on December the 7th. And I'm just gonna read the first sentence. And I appreciate that report. I don't remember who you were, but it says, Dr. Witherspoon, Ms. Harris, Ms. Matthew Hazel, unfortunately, the December 6th letter included the wrong date for the auditor. So I'm going to ask my colleague that went out publicly and misspoke as it relates to myself and the superintendent of having knowledge and having a meeting on October the 27th, which was not correct. Just like you put it out there, the wrong information, put the right information out there. Let's not mislead the public. Let's be fair to everybody. Let's be fair to each other. I was blindsided. Just like the call was made to the reporter, it could have been made to the chair. I had no clue. When this young man called me, he said, Ms. Harris, I'm confused. I said, I'm confused too, because I don't know anything about a meeting on October the 27th. And I think someone earlier tonight spoke to that, because they'd heard that. That was false information put out in the public on social media. And a lot of people are upset about it, because I've spent a lot of time explaining to constituents when we should be here with the baby on the table and talking about how we're going to move them to the next level. I've had to spend countless hours clarifying misinformation that we are putting out to the public. So I wanted to be clear and documented in the minutes, wherever we need to do. There was no October 27th meeting or report given. And I have the letter, and Dr. Wilson, I'd like for this letter to be placed on our website, because what I've learned, it's sad that Richland 1 has to always defend when we're just doing right. Is it hard to believe that there are honest people at this table? Is it hard to believe that we want to do right by all children? Well, I'm sorry, you're not going to get anything other than folk that genuinely care about the children. And we are here doing our job with passion and heart, because those babies that came before us tonight, they matter. They deserve the best sitting here advocating for them. These children have opportunities they never had. But let's do each other fair as a board and put right information out. Because if the intentions are right, when it was corrected, it would have been corrected, but it wasn't, to good, honest people. So I want to add that to my colleagues, and I'm asking, correct it with the same passion that it was put out there falsely. That's all I'll say. Okay, Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you. What I posted on my blog, I stand by, and the initial letter that we got said that the October 27th report was provided on October 27th. Within, I think, 15 minutes of us getting the email from Dr. Witherspoon with the December 7th letter from the State Department clarifying their error, I took a screenshot of that letter and posted it on social media to ensure that it got out there literally within 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of me getting it. And I think it was like 8 o'clock at night or something, and I got it out there as quickly as I could. That still doesn't change the fact that I felt blindsided that we learned that in August or September, the district was told that we were going to be audited, and the board wasn't told for months. And then the district and the chairwoman get the report on November 21st. We have a board meeting on November 22nd. We're not told. We're not told on the 23rd. We're not told on the 24th. We aren't informed that we're being audited at all, and then we weren't informed of the draft report. That's insane to me. No nonprofit and no board of a nonprofit or a business would sit by while the CEO and the chairperson didn't inform them that they were literally in the middle of being audited and that there was a draft report. So I absolutely believe we should have been notified. We are notified when the wind gets too gusty. We're notified when a bus has a fender bender in a parking lot. We're notified of all of these things, and to withhold the fact that the State Department is auditing us, I think was too much. And I think every board member should have been notified of that as quickly as possible, because we are always notified of good news. Back in the spring, we weren't told for 2 weeks about a meeting with the State Department, but within 12 hours of receiving the letter that we weren't being placed on fiscal watch, then we get it. And that's the pattern, is the negative news seems to be pushed aside, and the board should have been notified of that audit. Thank you.
Commissioner Lomanak, when the State Department first came in, and Ms. Matthew Hazel and others did that presentation, it was stated to this board, and my colleagues, you can attest to this, everybody knew that there was going to be a follow-up in the fall. That was stated to us. When they came in, as you've heard Ms. Matthew Hazel say, they were in and they were out. They would come and get documents, they would go back, okay? That didn't come to me formally to say, oh, we're being audited. They were asking for documents at that time to review. So as information was given to me, I shared it with the board. But again, the statement that you posted was not a screenshot. The statement that you posted was a full blog, as you called it, calling out the chair and superintendent and who needs to step down and all this other stuff. Just like you typed it, I don't want a screenshot. I want you to say, I have the letter. Here it is. It was a mistake. Nothing against the State Department. They're human. But I have constituents and community folk out here that have been calling me, asking me what information was given on the 27th that you didn't give to the rest of the board. Just that, what are you talking about? Don't know what you're talking about. I had to go back with the reporter, and that reporter reached out to the State Department that there was some information that wasn't quite correct. Again, as I stated before, let's do each other right on this board. Fair is right. Fair is fair. Right is right. Transparent is transparent, even when you're the individual that need to be transparent. Transparent swings both ways like a door. It swings to all of us here. It swings to the employees. It swings to the students, the staff, everybody involved. We are all a part of this game together. And that is all I'm asking, is that it be clarified, because honestly, I am still getting text messages about an October 27th meeting and information. And I'm just saying it just needs to be clearly stated that nothing occurred on the 27th. Where you may have felt that there's been information being withheld, there was no information given to me. The bulk of the time, the superintendent and I have been working on this agenda, working through our strategic plan and other things that the board has been asking for. When we come into those meetings, we discuss where we are in the business of the district and what we need to do next. For instance, the work session that we have on Friday, that we'll probably turn into a board meeting now, because there's some new information that has come to the board that we have to address before the year ends. That's fair. I don't have any reason to hide information from this board, and if you all want to know my every move, I'll be happy to share. I went to Weber, I left there, I went to Southeast today. Then I went to Sanders. And I've been working for this district all day long. I've been working in the trenches for this district for the past 9 hours. 9 hours. And I've eaten one time. Collard greens and macaroni and ham. I don't have a problem with sharing what I do, because I have nothing to hide. This is not a secret mission. We don't have hidden agendas here. The agenda is the children, all of them. So I just want to share that. It's done, it's over with. I just ask that we be fair to each other. I'm going to do you the same way that I'm asking you to do me.
Chairman Harris, if I could read this, I think you may have just misunderstood what I posted. It says, first of all, I want to make clear that I was never informed about the existence of the audit or the October 27th report. Yesterday, I learned of this report and its findings along with everyone else. The full board should have received the October 27th report as soon as the superintendent received it. I never said there was a meeting on October 27th.
Keep
Ever.
reading, keep reading.
I believe that this fact alone provides grounds for terminating the superintendent's contract. And if the chairwoman knew about this and did not inform the entire board, she should resign. I never said there was an October 27th meeting. I said there was an October 27th report that should have been provided to the full board as soon as it was received by the district, not 2 weeks later when the State Department was going to make it public. We should have been told before our November 22nd board meeting.
So to your point, I'm going to practice what I preach. I stand corrected. It was not a meeting on October the 27th. It was a report. But guess what? There wasn't a report on October 27th. So I'm going to correct myself in saying that. So I just want to be clear that I should not have said a meeting. A report was what was stated in the blog. Again, Mr. Lomack, forgive me, I don't read the blog.
It is an October 27th report. It's an October 27th audit report. It's still dated October 27th. The correction was when it was provided to the district. It is an October 27th report. That's the only way to refer to it. That's its title. An October 27th, 2022 audit report of the State Department. What they corrected was not when the audit report was completed. It was when they provided it to the district. But I never said when they provided it to the district because it wasn't clear in their first letter. So it is still and will forever be the October 27th audit report.
Okay.
Playing with words.
And it's a play on words,
Playing
but
So let's move the meeting.
we're
Wait a minute. You just told me that I lied about it and I was making stuff up.
you
It's
did.
still called that.
You
It's
did.
still called
You-
the October 27th report. It's never going to change.
But
But you
Mr.
acted like
but
I was
Mr.
misstating that.
But
And that's
Mr.
just not
Lomack,
true.
you did misstate it. You did. You
In what
said
way?
that there was a letter or a meeting or whatever on the October 27th date. State Department came back and said, unfortunately, the December 6th letter included the wrong date for the audit report. It's my understanding that even the information that they had was drafted. The official letter, and that's when, as you heard these guys present, that information is taken up to somebody higher at the State Department. And after that information was given to them, we received what we got on December the 6th. December the 6th.
Correct.
Not October 27th. I write essays when I was in college, in high school, and every place else, and those were drafts. But the official report is what I submit. So what was submitted became an official letter to this board, this district, on December the 6th of 2022. At this time, guys,
Let's move to the next item.
let's
Madam
move
Chair.
to the next item, because this is a long night. We are halfway finished through the agenda. We're going to continue to move. At this time, we're going to move to 8.4, which is the election of the 2023 board officers. As chair, I will now consider the slate of officers and the board to be vacated. And at this time, we will open the floor for nominations, and we will start with the nominations for Board Chair for 2023.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Bishop.
I'd like to nominate Cheryl Harris for chairwoman.
Okay, are there any other nominations on the floor? At this time, I will recuse myself because I am a candidate. Is there any other candidates at this time? Going once, going twice. I will recuse my place and allow Vice Chairwoman Clyburn to carry out the vote.
So, all those in favor, say aye. It's
Aye.
Manuel. Oh, is it?
No. No. No.
You don't need
I
a
don't think
second.
they second on slate of officers.
Okay. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
So we have
5-2.
four yeas and 2 nays. It passes, that Chairwoman Harris is elected chair.
At this time, we will open the floor for candidates for Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I
Commissioner
move
Devine.
that, I'm sorry.
Nominate.
I list Aaron Bishop as vice chair.
Okay, floor is open for nominations for Vice Chair. Floor is open for Vice Chair nominations. Okay, seeing none. Okay, we will now call for the vote. All those in favor of Aaron Bishop as Vice Chair, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, say nay. Ayes have it, the vote is unanimous. We'll now move to Secretary,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Devine.
I select Angela Clyburn as Secretary Treasurer.
The floor is open for Secretary Treasurer. Nominations for Secretary Treasurer. Commissioner Weston,
I'd like to nominate Robert Lomanak.
okay. Nomination for Mr. Lomanak has been made. Any other nominations?
I move that we close nominations at this time.
Second.
Nominations have been closed. Motion was made by Bishop, second by Commissioner Devine. We'll now take the vote. All those in favor of Angela Clyburn as Secretary, say aye.
Aye.
Those that, those that vote for Mr. Lomanak, say aye.
Aye.
Okay? Let's do a hand vote. Let's do a roll call so we can clarify the vote. All those in favor of Angela Bishop for Secretary?
Angela Bishop.
I'm so sorry. I'm thinking about Angela. I'm sorry. There is an Angela Bishop, okay? And I just talked to her. Okay, all those in favor of Angela Clyburn as Secretary, let me see your hand. Commissioner Bishop, Commissioner Myers, Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Devine. Those in favor of Mr. Lomanak as Secretary, let me see your hands. Ms. Weston. Okay, congratulations, Ms. Clyburn. You are Secretary for the year of 2023. At the appointed time, the next board meeting, we will appoint our parliamentarian for the 2023 year. Well, now, congratulations to all of you. We'll now move on to 8.5, which is the revision of the 2022-23 board meeting schedule. This revision comes after a review for 2023. There is a meeting that we overlooked, and it was not on our printed calendar, so we just need to vote to put it on the calendar. It's set, but it is not on the calendar, and we just need to vote to add that January 10th meeting, 2023. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the revised board meeting schedule as presented July 2022 through June 2023.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly motion and second. We are now open the floor for any discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Do we need to do that electronically? Okay. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous for the revised 2022-23 board meeting schedule, adding our January 10th meeting. We'll now move to our board report. This is where the board has an opportunity to speak on activities that they've been involved in our district. We do our chat for the chairs, which has been amazing now that we're back in person. Our lunch buddies and spending time doing walkthroughs through our school. At this time, we'll open the floor for any board member that has any additional reports that they would like to share. Commissioner Lomanak?
Thank you, Chairman Harris. I spent several hours today at Brennan, looking at about 150 science fair exhibits. They were unbelievable. I didn't understand some of them, but that was my failing, not the students. I really was impressed with, there must have been 300 science fair exhibits in that cafeteria. So I really appreciate the invitation and enjoyed seeing the students and teachers. I did want to ask a follow-up with Dr. Witherspoon about the conversation we had last board meeting regarding somehow paying elementary school teachers who end up with split classes. Has there been any progress on that?
We're still looking at how to do that, and we'll be following up.
All right, and then finally, I've had a number of people, I'm still running into payroll issues, as you know from the emails I've sent you, and also questions about holiday bonus. Is there, I understand there's not one. People have asked me if we could explain why, and I didn't have a reason, and there may be a perfectly good one, but I've been asked that a lot.
Well, we've never had a holiday bonus. We have done, as I shared with you, we have done retention incentives and so forth, but that generally doesn't come until after, we close the books, if you will, for the prior school year, which board voting on the CAFR tonight does that. I have had prior discussion with the chair, as she's indicated through the meetings that we have, that we would be looking at that and bringing forth some type of recommendation forthcoming.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. Thank you, Dr. Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm. Any additional reports from anyone? Commissioner Bishop?
Madam Chair, on December 6th, a giant, a genius, and a gift to our community and this school district. And we often call them Chairman Emeritus. Vince Ford went from labor to reward. For those who had an opportunity to serve with him in his district, we do understand that his presence remains. His leadership will always be the tip of the spear for anyone who looks to answer the question, how are the children? We've had several people who have come through this district as not only products, but servant leaders to this community and Richland 1. But there's not quite many like Vince Ford. We can bring up names like Dr. Stevenson, who this building is named after, SAB. We can even look to my left, the Reverend McKinley Bowman, which this boardroom is named after. But Vince Ford wasn't a person who looked for the hardware or the brick and mortar. He looked at the building of humans, the development of children to be our bright and brilliant and bold future. I'm using my words carefully because I know we can probably all say something great about Mr. Vince Ford. And we can probably even quote a lesson or two from him. One of the greatest lessons I leave with anyone, besides this quote, how are the children, is one thing that we all should believe. He said, you have the right to your opinion, but you don't have the right to get the facts wrong. When we look at what we do here, many people can bring opinions about this district, but the fact is we're here to serve. And serving with Vince Ford for 12 years was an extreme pleasure. It was an exceptional opportunity for me to develop as a leader who wanted to be selfless. I want to be brief in comment, but what I do believe is that what we tell as the legacy of his leadership is a story that is still being told. So, I told everyone on my Facebook page, which he often joked me about. It wasn't a goodbye to me on yesterday. It was I'll see you later. And what that means is I want to see every child in this district get a fair and equitable opportunity, because that would be Vince Ford. Every time we go to schools and we see children smile, that is Vince Ford. Every time we see a child having the ability to see the board so he can get his lesson, that is Vince Ford. Every time we see a child getting a meal away from home, that is Vince Ford. Every time we see our staffs and our students being protected so they can be part of a learning enterprise, that's Vince Ford. So I want to open up the floor to anyone who want to share a lesson or two. But in this moment, I hope that we will pause at the conclusion of anyone sharing his impression on your life so that we can acknowledge and honor Vince Ford again after everyone who had a desire to share, so that his family and this community will know that Richland One will stay strong.
Commissioner Devine.
You want us to share now, sir? Or
I mean, if we don't do it now, then we may go to the next thing.
I got you. I got you. Agree with you 100%. Everything that you said, right on point. 3 times all Reed Street, as he liked to be called. Always represented Alabama Court, where he's from. Always was a good statesman. Always wanted us to look good here on the board. Always gave us great advice to ensure that we did what was right by children. As mentioned yesterday, someone asked him how many kids he had. He said 27,500. And that's representing all the students at that time that we had in Richland 1. So I appreciate the leadership that he provided. I appreciate the times that we had together. And on tonight, we do honor him and thank him for the time that we did have together. It's a great brother, graduate of A.C. Flora High School, W.A. Perry Middle School. I think it was Carver Lion. And then there was an annex school he said he went to.
Carver Annex?
Yeah, Carver Annex. Yeah, that was sixth grade, I think it was. So we appreciate what he's done, not just in education, but also in healthcare.
Yes.
The two intersected together, and he did a phenomenal job with that. So as Bishop mentioned about the eye care, he and Brother Lonnie Randolph, both together, started the eyeglass program here in Richland 1, because kids that couldn't see couldn't learn. And so we fixed that problem. 1996 and 2002, he held at the time, the largest bond referendum. 381 million was the first one, and 196 million, I think, was the second one. And then got a chance to see, that was replacing the schools and upgrading all the schools. High school first, I think, secondary schools first, and then elementary school, I think, was second. Then in 2014, y'all, we did the stadiums. He wanted to make sure that we completed the stadiums. Yeah. So in 2014, we finished the stadiums, wanted to make sure that came to fruition. Again, he stepped down after 24 years, longest serving board member in modern history that we can find here in Richland 1. 8-time chairperson, 6 times all at one time. And I think I'm good. But yeah, great guy, a giant in his community. We appreciate everything he's given to us as leaders, those who didn't get a chance to serve with him. I know that Ms. Weston, he said you and he served together on some other board together. I think
Student loan
board together. He mentioned that about you when you first got elected. I don't think Mr. Lomax had a chance to serve with him, but I think everybody else may have, maybe Ms. Clyburn and Ms. Myers not, but y'all got a chance to spend some time with him and got to know him. And so again, Chairwoman Harris, Dr. Witherspoon, and Aaron Bishop all got to spend time with him as well. Always kept a book, so you see me with a book. That's an honor of Vince Ford. I always keep a book with you and something to write with. So again, that's just some of the things that he instilled in us. And always when we came to the boardroom, you always look good. The guys typically have on suits and ties. Always look presidential when you're up here and speak with passion and purpose. The 2 P's that he loved to talk about. And he also talked about skills and the wills and skills. So Brother Ford was a great man, again, a giant in this community. It was never about him, was about the children, was about those he could help along the way. So with that said, I'll end my comments, and so I pass the mic on to somebody else. Thank you. Oh, and then today we're wearing his button. There's a group of young people that he got together, Classroom On family, and we made these buttons for him in honor of him and what he's done. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lomanet.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. I did want to just acknowledge y'all's pain. I didn't know, if I saw him at all, I'd call him Mr. Ford, not Vince, and certainly not Butch. And I learned a lot about those stories yesterday at his service. And he wouldn't have known me from a hole in the ground. But I absolutely wanted to be there to acknowledge his 24 years service to the school board. Obviously, he did more than just the school board, but he did the school board. And I also want to acknowledge that those of you who served with him and knew him for a long time on the school board are hurting, obviously, in ways that I'm not having really known him or worked with him. And I have been thinking about y'all and was thinking about y'all yesterday during the service.
Thank you. Let me add one more. Member of the 100 Black Men of Greater Columbia, member of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity, graduate of Benedict College, South Carolina State University. Again, we mentioned K through 12 already.
Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 2018? Okay. We're announcing 2018, inducting 2019 Hall of Fame recipient, Richland 1. All-American, and they stopped this award, which I didn't like, but he's an All-American School Board member. One of the few awards the NSBA, our former national affiliate, gave out. Also a 2017 CUBE, Benjamin Emay's CUBE Leadership Award through CUBE, Council of Urban Boards of Education. And the Covenant McGraw Award from the hospital, which is hard to get from what Mr. Beeman said yesterday. Chuck Beeman, his former boss at Palmetto Health, said, and one of the toughest awards to get from a hospital, a very covenant. A lot of hospitals across the country try to get it, but he actually got it twice. They actually got it twice in his department. And he said that his goal was to take the tithes of the hospital and help give it to the least, the lost, and the last, the less fortunate in our community. And so I think he did very well at that. And so, again, we appreciate that, what he did, and a lot of other things that he did that we'll never know, but we know the effects and the fullness of what he's done over these last 64 years of him being on this side of earth. So with that said, Madam Chair, I'll ease back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Devine. I'll be real brief with my remarks. It's very hard to talk about Vince. Vince was more than my colleague. He was my mentor, and he was a uncle to all 4 of my children. I didn't realize how devastated they would be. The past 6.5 weeks have been some of the most difficult for me, knowing what I knew, couldn't talk to anyone. I think the worst call that could have ever happened on Monday morning, my phone rang, and I thought it was him, because it was his phone. His daughter was letting me know it was time for me to say my final goodbyes. As I stood by his bedside, he kept squeezing my hand. And I told him, you don't have to say a word. I read your heart. I could hear him saying, make sure the children remain number one. Keep Aaron, baby Bo, and Jamie in check. Make sure that every time you're in a board meeting, it remains about the children. Some of my previous conversations with him, which were interesting, because I turned 50 in October, and a lot of you knew about it. Some of you were there. You may remember Vince didn't go a lot of places. Vince didn't go a lot of places. But Vince was at my party. Those of you that were there, you saw that. And Vince was on time. And stayed the entire time. And he got up. He told me, he said, I want to speak at your party. And I was a little nervous. But he got up and he talked about when we first met. He talked about that helicopter ride that Aaron and I and him and Ms. King took that you all will never ever imagine. We had the 1,000-year flood, and Dominion Energy had arranged for a helicopter to take the board up to see the damages so we could assess whether or not we could go back to school. Early that previous day, Dr. Witherspoon and Ed had gone up. Vince had called Doc and Dr. Witherspoon. He had kind of told him, Vince, sit on this side of the helicopter and you won't get sick, and do this and do that and do the third. But that day when Aaron and I all arrived at the airport, they had a large reception for us. Food galore. I ate a little bit because y'all know I don't fly. Vince had a full buffet. He ate everything. They told him, in that room over there is your desserts. He ran in there, he got the desserts. Him and Aaron just eating. They called us and told us that the helicopter was landing and we needed to make our way outside to get on the helicopter, which we did. We went up and they started showing us the damages over the Flora community, that Lake Catherine area where the bridges were completely washed out. And the pilot, Aaron, would twist the plane to the left and Vince would shift. Then he said, okay, I'm gonna turn it around so the other side can see. So he'd flip the plane. And unbeknown to us, Vince was getting very sick. So I went in the headset and I said, I need you to head east so we can see Eastover. We've got to see the damages down there. And I'm gonna tell you, Aaron, it was mind-blowing what we saw. Complete railways washed out. Bluff Road washed out. 601 bridges washed out. Garner's Ferry washed out. Kaufman Road washed out. Lower Richland was devastated. It was bad in Columbia, but it was horrific in Lower Richland. And I told him, I said, you see that big blue water tank right there? That sits in the town of Eastover. I need you to head that way. Started hearing some rumbling. I said, Vince, did you say something? No, I didn't say nothing. So we flew out there and we were looking at all the damages. And I said, okay, they told me Gaston Terrace is underwater. Let's head to Gaston. I need you to go this way. I heard, I didn't know what was going on. I said, Aaron, I said, what's wrong with what's wrong with Vince? He's mumbling something, but he won't say what it is. Long story short, after we got through assessing the damages in Eastover and Gaston, Hopkins, we got back to the airport. And before the helicopter could completely touch down, you know how the helicopter bounced, Vince had opened the door, jumped out, and took off. No bye, no anything. Gone. Pew. Me and Bishop like, what's wrong with Vince? He must be got to get back for a meeting. So Aaron and I got in our car, and Vince was wide open. All of a sudden, we saw Vince hit the brakes, and the door flung open. And there you have it. And at my party, he said, I just want you to know, Cheryl, publicly, in all my years of knowing you, I've never been mad at you but that one time. Because I was sick as a dog. But you were determined to see every part of Lower Richland so that you could make the right decisions. If you remember, the state was calling on us to reopen schools. And we kept saying, we can't do that right now. Lower Richland is devastated. You can't even we're taking food into neighborhoods by boat. By boat. That's how bad it was. We had turned Lower Richland into a shelter, broke every kind of code it was. That's what we did back then. To open it up as a shelter, we had dogs in there and everything. Down there having birthday parties for a young kid, one of our students, celebrated his birthday in the shelter. We were out there early in the morning, Dr. Witherspoon, Vince, and all of us in there cooking grits to feed the people. Slinging the water. FEMA brought a truck. And all of us were on that truck, lined up, throwing water and loading cars. Vince Ford, Dwayne Smiling, the rest of the board, Dr. Witherspoon, all of us, making sure that the community was taken care of. I've cried a river. I can't lie, I have. Because I don't think there'll ever be another Vince Ford. And that's not to say that nobody isn't capable of doing what he did. Vince had passion. One of the things he reminded me of was the fight that's in me for children. I told him I couldn't do this without him. He told me, yes, you can. You were built for it tough. I won't ever forget that. I could tell you when my daughter got married, just like family, everybody was there. That was a national event. And it was interesting. Vince met my daughter's husband for the first time, and if you've ever seen my daughter's husband, he's almost 7 feet tall. And Vince forgot he was the uncle, and he was like, I'm going to talk to that brother right there. You know, that's my little niece right there. He was just so protective of us all. When she became a nurse, of course, she couldn't go and work at Lexington. She had to come to Prisma. That was the final decision. And I could tell you so many other things that he's done. My daughter went off to college, and Vince he made sure these kids had what they needed or what they pretty much wanted. And he was that way with all of our children. It wasn't just mine. He would go to see Peyton's first game. When Jameson was Christian, he was there. You know, that's who he was. We're not just board members, we're family. Literally, my children called him Uncle Vince. His children see us the same way. That's who we are. We spend so much time together. But some of the things that he poured into me those last few weeks, he would fuss at us, Jamie. And he did it in love because he wanted us to be the best at what we do for the children in Richland 1. We will never, ever forget Vince and the impact that he had on this district. Even his last meeting, when he decided he wasn't going to run again, I told him, well, you need to pray about it. And God going to give you an answer. And I remember the last day of signing up. You know, sign up ends at 12. So 12:01, I went and checked, and his name wasn't on the list. So I called him, and I said, Vince, what happened? He said, I'm still waiting for the answer from the Lord. I said, really? So that last meeting in the same room, we were prepared to celebrate him grand style. You remember that? Eva had everything lined up. And Vince, being who he was, he could never say goodbye. Didn't even show up for the meeting. We had to take him and stuff. He was like, no, I'm good, I'm good. And even at my birthday party, he got up and he spoke. Everybody was eating and having a good time. And when I looked around at the end to get my picture and my hug, Vince was Vince. He got out of there. But I am thankful that on December the 6th, I had an opportunity to look him in his eyes and let him know Richland 1 is going to be fine. We're going to be good. We got this from here. He's taught us the value of being good board members. He's taught us the importance of being strong leaders. And he's taught us the importance of being bold and courageous and not fearful in doing our job. And as he would always say, education costs what it costs. How are the children? We want to be able to say that they're doing well. And I told him, I promised him we would always work to do what is right for every child in this district, to make sure that every last one of them have an opportunity to be successful. I'm going to be quiet now because I can talk about him a long time. I couldn't do this 24 hours ago. But he was a great man. You're talking about a tree that has fallen. Not just a giant, he was a tree because he was planted. He was planted. He did 26 years at Prisma. He did 24 years here. But Vince never walked away from Richland 1. Telehealth were in schools in the Lower Richland community when he would ask me why the absenteeism was so high in that community. Because children had to go to the doctor or get sick, and mom would have to take off, go pick up the child from a school like Welber and Gaston and come all the way to the city. He made sure telehealth was in those schools. So when the child got sick, Eunice, they could go on the computer with the doctor and the parent and get what they needed without that mom or that dad having to leave their job to go and pick up their children. When the attacks ensued against this district just here recent, Vince called me and he preached a full sermon to me. He said, whatever you do, don't ever get faint of heart. You continue to do what's right. You encourage your colleagues to continue to do what's right, because everybody does not believe the falsehood that's out there. There are people that know the truth, and you've got to abide by that. I will appreciate him for the rest of my life. I'll end there. If there are any other comments about Vince, we'll open the floor at this time. Commissioner Clyburn.
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. What you just mentioned is what I wanted to speak about in knowing Vince Ford, the giant. You know, I got to know him early on in life. He was a great family friend, and you know, he was the first phone call that I made when I decided to run for school board, and gave me his blessing and said, you know, whatever you need, I'm here for you. I always appreciate him for that, and so many other lessons. But one of the lessons that I learned from him, and it was said earlier that, you know, Commissioner Lomanek, I know you didn't know him personally, but you didn't have to know him personally to learn from him. And you might think that he didn't know you, but he was watching. He watched everything about this district, everything about the school board. He was witness to, you know, the falsehoods that are out there and the attacks. And I'm so glad he was there to support Chairwoman Harris, because that's part of what is holding this district up. Just the energy and the, you know, everything that he had within him is coming through this district. And I just wanted to make those comments, and, you know, us as commissioners, we just need to, you know, look to him and look to his legacy and everything that he was about, and use what he taught us, the example that he gave, the example that he was, to order our steps and order our thoughts and our words, because they matter. So we just need to take that into consideration when we speak publicly, when we make decisions up here, you know. So thank you. That's all I want to say.
Commissioner Myers.
Very short and sweet. I remember when I first met him at a conference, and he told me, hey, Commissioner Myers, how you doing? And know my name straight off the back of my hand. And I was like, hey, sir. Didn't know much anything about him. And just spending that weekend with him, I must say I have learned a lot about him and understand his passion for Richland 1. I had the opportunity to sit beside him at one of the conference, and all they was talking about is somebody ankles ashy the whole time at the conference. But walking with him for like 5 minutes, and one thing I'm always take and remember, he told me, he said, be proud of who you are and be proud that you are different. And that one thing that stick with me, and that's why I'm still here, standing here on Richland 1 School Board. And just real quickly to make you laugh, I remember I was waiting in line at a volleyball game at one of the middle school games, trying to get in to see my daughter play a volleyball game, waiting in line. Vince come down the hall. It's like 5 people in front of me, 7 people behind me. Vince walked right past, and got through easy. He said, Commissioner Myers, why you waiting in line? I said, I'm trying to get in the game. He said, come on with me. I walk in with Vince, nobody asked me no question who I am, where I'm going. I got straight through with no problem at all. So I must say, Vince touched me deeply, very, very deeply. That's it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Myers. And I want to end on one last positive note about Vince. We were at a conference, and this particular conference, they had decided to feed us. And Dr. Witherspoon, I believe it was Commissioner Devine, and I can't remember who else was with it, might have been Bishop. We went in the room, and they were going to serve us chicken. It was some kind of chicken with whatever on it. Vince came to us and said, man, we don't want to eat that. Come on, let's get in the car and go find something to eat. So we were in Hilton Head, and y'all, anybody know anything about Hilton Head? You can't see the signs. Trees cover everything. So we're driving up and down the road looking, and here's Vince. Y'all see that? That's a Popeyes. Let's go get a two-piece. So I'm in the car with the guys. I was the only girl then. And I'm sitting here like, but Vince, they were serving us chicken back at the hotel. But we went in there and we got our two-piece, Aaron. And I'm telling you, it was just amazing the way he enjoyed that chicken. So once we got back, we had a long-standing joke going on this board. Vince came and he said, Madam Chair, we need to have more meetings down there in that Lower Richland area. So I'm thinking Vince enjoys coming down to the community to see the community. I said, okay, Vince. He said, you need to get with Eva and find out when's the next meeting down in that Lower Richland area. So I said, Vince, why do you want to go to a meeting down there in the Lower Richland area? Man, because I get on Ghana's Fair and go to that Popeyes and get that two-piece. And it was hilarious because there were days we would go in those meetings, Divine and Bishop, and it might have been something we didn't want to eat, and all you would see us doing was two. Everybody was headed to the Popeyes. We was trying to hurry up and finish the meeting so we could catch Popeyes while it was open to get that two-piece. And the day he passed, we all said we were going to get a two-piece in honor of Vince, because Vince loved Popeyes chicken. I'm going to tell y'all, he loved Popeyes chicken. Any other comments at this time? Commissioner Bishop?
Yeah, if there's no one else, anyone else?
There's one last thing that Divine has to do. Dr. Witherspoon is going to do doing his report.
Okay. Jamie has another comment?
He has a presentation.
All right, so do I need to do my part and then pass it to him?
We can do your part now.
Okay. I thank everyone for sharing. Like I said, the story of Vince Ford is still unfolding. I do believe that that his leadership should be celebrated. His legacy should be celebrated, and his leadership should be commemorated. So I look forward to Richland 1 doing whatever we can to memorialize Vince, because yesterday we did share a day with everyone from, like Jamie said, 100 black men to Reed Street to Omega Psi Phi to NAACP. You can keep going. Everything that Vince did was recognized yesterday, but we need to do what we can here as a district. So if we can right now, everyone, can we stand, just give Vince a round of applause.
And at this time, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Devine for the presentation.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. On tonight, we do have one Boardsmanship Institute recognition. The Boardsmanship Institution offers a year-round training curriculum focused on leadership skills for board members, state and national educational issues. Tonight, we want to congratulate one of our own board member who received a new level in the fiscal year 2021-2022. And tonight, we have a certificate of achievement from the South Carolina School Boards Association. This certificate of achievement is granted to Ms. Tamika Myers for reaching level 2 in Boardsmanship Institute training programs as school board trustee in Richland 1, signed by yours truly, Jamie Devine, as president, and Scott T. Price as executive director.
Yes.
All right.
Want to take a photo?
Yes, please. Y'all can go down. While they're going down there, again, the Boardsman Institution is the state-level training that we all go through. And we are certainly proud of Commissioner Myers. She's at level 2. She's got 4 more levels to go, and that exam that you have to take at level 6. Awesome. You got it?
Did he get it?
Okay, he's taking it.
There you go, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I want to get behind the camera. I don't want to be in there.
Again, congratulations, Ms. Myers. We have more pictures. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in the gap, too. Let me get my-
Probably see that red outfit.
Again, we want to certainly admonish our colleagues to continue with their training. Right now, Richland 1 only has 4 board members that have attained the level 6, me being the only female. So Ms. Myers, Ms. Clyburn, Ms. Weston, I need y'all to join me in that lonely spot. Jasper Salmon, I believe, was the first. Mr. Vince Ford was number 2. I was number 3, and Commissioner Devine joined us, was it last year? As the 4th person to obtain that level, and it's an exam, but you'll pass it. We'll prep you for it, but it's great training to have. So congratulations to you again, Ms. Myers. We'll now move to 8-7, which is the Early Childhood Center Facility Naming Committee. Mr. Carlin. And just a point of personal privilege before you start, want to recognize Timothy and Nala, products of Richland 1, doing some awesome things at college, home for the holidays, and they decided to come hang out at the school board meeting till 11 o'clock.
Wow.
Boy, I tell you. Good to see you.
Dedication.
Mr. Carlin?
Thank you. Yeah.
Can I request that we move 9.06 before 8.07? Might make a little bit more sense.
Okay. Okay, we can move that item, and that, we can do that. There's no major change. We will take up 8.7, everyone, after we get through dealing with 9.6. Thank you, Mr. Carlin, for pointing that out.
Okay.
We'll now go to the Office of Operations, which is the contract for Dell laptops, and if there's no objection from the board, if we can read 9.1 through 9.5 in, if there's no questions that may decide to vote up or down.
I just have one question about 9.2, because I think there might be a math error. There's either a math error or I don't understand something, but there's no problem with it.
Okay, sounds good. Any others?
No objection.
All right, we're going to read all of these in. Office of Operations, 9.1, Dell laptops, 9.2, Alpa iPads, 9.3, provide grease trap and septic tank pumping and disposal services, 9.4, International Baccalaureate registration fees, and 9.5, provide American Sign Language ASL interpreting services. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Bishop, second by Commissioner Devine, Commissioner Clyburn. We'll now open the floor for any questions, beginning with Commissioner Lomanak with 9.2.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. I just have a question. It says it's for 23 iPads, and I couldn't figure out how we got to the $75,000 mark. I mean, I'm looking at the quantity 18, but it looked like 37, almost $3,800 for each unit. And I didn't know if I was misunderstanding something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more than
That's fine.
They have not checked the devices, because we ain't supposed to.
Yeah. I will.
Because it's in the media.
Okay.
Oh, maybe not.
Good evening, everyone. I do believe that is a typo.
Okay.
If you will notice, there are 18 10-packs of iPads, so that's 180 plus 5 extra, so 185.
Gotcha. So are we getting 23 or are we getting 185?
We're getting 185.
Okay, so the chart is correct. it's the verbiage below it that said we're doing 23 that was incorrect.
That's correct.
Okay, I got it. Thank you for clarifying.
You're
that.
welcome.
Any additional questions on any of the said items? Commissioner Bishop?
9.05, Madam Chair. Contract to provide American Sign Language. I did notice tonight that we did have an interpreter. I want to know if we have considered using that skill set or that service during our board meetings, or maybe any other activities throughout the district. Because as a mother and a parent spoke, there are times when there's an athlete, let alone just in sports, that needs an interpreter. So just wanted to speak to that as we are considering this contract, that maybe this could help in that opportunity, or maybe look at revisiting that later, Dr. Witherspoon.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bishop. We do utilize signing services at our graduations, and of course incorporated in with IEP 504, that type of thing as well. That is something we can look at. I will share with you that even through this contract and their various vendors listed, because of we know there's sometimes, when you hear about supply chain issues, there are also in some of these services that we use, there are personnel issues that can come up with supply of personnel. So that would impact that as well, but that is something we can look into.
And also, Dr. Witherspoon, and just a solution-based conversation, closed captioning for our board meetings, is that happening?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Commissioner Devine?
Thank you, Chairwoman Harris. Dr. Witherspoon, under the grease trap and septic tank pumping and disposal services, do we still have schools on septic tanks? Or are we just closing it out? This is kind of that last bit that was closing out.
I'm going to have Mr. Lampkin answer that. I'm not sure.
Okay. You want to come to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Lampkin.
Good evening.
We got you out late tonight.
There are a couple of schools in the southeast that actually do have septic tanks. Laurel Hill and
So that's okay.
Lower
Well,
Richland Transportation.
And
Yeah.
that's okay. My only concern is the units that we're closing out. Is that still part of that, or this is just something totally different? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Harris.
Okay, I have a question now from that. I thought we were getting out of the septic business when it comes to the two Hopkins, the sewer business. This is different because those have the lift, the other, so the transportation still is a septic system?
Yes, one of the sites, Lower Richland Transportation, still does have a septic system. Yeah.
And Horror Hill?
Yes.
But did we not put in a line that runs from Lower Richland to Horror Hill? We own it? That,
We do, you're right, it's from Southeast Middle all the way to Lower Richland High School.
and, okay, go ahead.
I'll give you, it's, the sites, it's complex on those sites, so
Yeah,
yes.
because we thought we were done.
Yeah. But we have that documentation on what septic tanks are still installed and what they were doing to move away from it, if you want all that information. I'm sorry, I don't have everything.
And we appreciate that. If you all can provide that, because I know that's something we celebrated, that we were getting out of the septic business. We didn't know we left Horror Hill and transportation.
It's a little different than what we got rid of. It's a little different.
So we're not there on a day. I know at Hopkins Middle, we were there daily making adjustments. We're not doing things like that.
No.
Okay, that was expensive, okay. Can you all provide some more information to the board, just so we have.
I'll clarify.
Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Any additional questions? Okay?
Well, I had a question on the, not the septic tanks, about the signers for, our hearing impaired children, students. I did chat with the chair at AC Flora High School. And the kids actually brought this up, as a concern. They wanted to increase their, the signers in the schools, so that there'll be opportunities. I mean, they actually have experienced, one of the children having issues and not able to communicate properly, so
Dr.
is that an
Bazan.
option?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Clyburn, for that question. We too want more sign language interpreters. The challenge is that there is a nationwide shortage. And so if you do any reading online, you'll find out that the medical community can't find enough interpreters, for example, to communicate with some of the hearing impaired patients who come into the hospitals or into facilities. So we're not the only ones who are experiencing this shortage. One of the reasons that we are trying to find additional vendors, and the vendors are saying that they have an issue finding enough interpreters to fulfill the contracts that they have, is because we do have the shortage. So we're very much aware of the situations, and not everyone wants to work at a high school level who's an interpreter. Not everyone who is an interpreter who has worked with high school students necessarily wants to work at the elementary level, and so forth. So it's just a difficult situation we're in right now with the shortage of interpreters.
Okay. Well, with that answer, these kids were very in tuned and very
Sure.
outspoken, and they knew the issues, and we kind of went back and forth about for some options. So it's with the way technology is advancing, is there anything that we could look at to put in some of the classrooms?
So I'll give you an example of one thing that Ms. Dixon has found is that there's a way that someone who doesn't necessarily want to work in a high school setting, for example, or someone who may want to work work remotely, can listen in to what the teacher is saying and sign on an iPad right there on the student's desk. So the student can see the signing right there. So it's like a combination of remote support, and that is something that Ms. Dixon has been exploring for us as well.
Okay, that sounds interesting. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
And to tag along Ms. Clyburn topic, is there any special reason why we don't teach sign language or offer it at any school?
I believe we do offer American Sign Language as a foreign language in a couple of our high schools. We offer it. We
Okay.
offer it. We have to, I'm not sure. We don't have the instructors, but we have offered it. We need instructors. That would be another position that we couldn't fill.
So we offer it, but we don't have instructors?
Very often, you will see things in our master course catalog that we want our students to have the opportunity to take, and then if we have enough students who sign up for the class, then we try to find a way to offer that content. That's one of those things, however, that we could also offer remotely. So that's one of those things that you could take through a virtual experience. To my knowledge, we've not had students sign up for that offering, but it is in the master course catalog.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Weston?
We may want to consider asking parents. Taught some students and their parents were deaf, and so they knew how to sign. We learned a little bit as well so that we could communicate with them. So maybe we could ask families of the deaf who may want to just be volunteers, if not just paid.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments on any of the items? Commissioner Devine.
Just real quick, on the Dell laptops for the special ed department, why are we getting these specifically for special ed?
So, Mr. Devine, these laptops are specifically for school psychologists, speech pathologists, occupational therapists, therapeutic assistants, physical therapists, those service providers in the special services department that work with students in schools.
So we currently don't have it, or this is just replacement?
These are additions for additional staff that have been hired.
Oh, okay.
And also some replacements as well.
Okay, okay. So this is not just, okay, we didn't supply to this department in the past. This is replacement plus new personnel as they come aboard, which makes
Correct.
sense. Okay.
That's my
so it's not-
understanding, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, seeing none here, none, we will call for the vote. Remember, we're voting on contracts 9-1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let the record reflect all of the said items have been approved and the vote is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move to 9-6, which is the request for reallocation of fund balance being presented by Mr. Carlin.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Witherspoon, the administration is requesting the approval of the reallocation of portion of the general fund balance. This will be transferred to a capital project to create a project for the Early Childhood Center in Lower Richland. The amount requested is $31 million. This is an estimated cost at this time. Additional amounts may be needed when final costs are determined. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll now open the floor for question or discussion. Commissioner Lomanak.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. Mr. Carlin or Dr. Witherspoon, after our work session where we talked about this, and I thought that we had been given a price of around $20 million, but I definitely heard from some folks in our schools, and here are some of the things I heard. Nobody thinks this is a dumb idea. I mean, I don't think you'll find anyone that thinks trying to work with the 0 to 5 kids is not a good idea. I've heard from an assistant principal who spends 2 hours every day in the cafeteria to make sure the teachers get their required unencumbered time, and he feels overwhelmed because he's losing that 2 hours to do all the other stuff. And one of the comments I got from some folks in our schools, and I'm hearing more from elementary schools than middle or high, and I don't know whether that's because elementary schools seem to be struggling more now or feel more overwhelmed, or whether it's just arbitrary. But the question I got was, how can y'all do that now when we feel like we need so much support? And, some of the things that I've been hearing from, I've brought to this board, like the, IA in every 1st through 3rd grade classroom. And, and they said, y'all always say that the money's finite, and if we do this, we can't do this. And so what do we say to them? Because I think that I want to honor those questions. I think they're legitimate questions. I don't think these are employees trying to be negative about an idea. Obviously, any educator in elementary school is going to support 0 to 5 education, but I thought these were thoughtful questions.
Well, first of all, the financing of this, if you will, is coming out of some one-time funds. So, to one of your points. Secondly, we do have IA positions that are open and that we're advertising now, and we're trying to, get individuals. So that I don't necessarily see this as a either-or proposition, but a both and. But with parameters and situations around each that don't necessarily take away from the other.
We're also looking at additional funding sources for the operations, whether it be grants or other partners.
And I appreciate Dr. Witherspoon the answer about that. One-time funding is not something you want to use to hire a bunch of new employees, just like with the
Well,
federal
that's correct.
stimulus
This is for the
funding.
building piece. This is not, as Mr. Carlin said, there are some additional, whether it's SERDEP and some other funds for staffing around this. This is just the facility piece.
Well, and I guess I mean, my only discomfort is I do feel like this is not our primary mandate. I think it's a righteous cause, but I also really am frustrated that city council and county council aren't sitting at this table with us and pitching in, because this really is, this should not be just on us, because we do have a finite budget. And we do need money to do all kind of things that we haven't been able to do, and we've been concerned about some of the things that we took off. I know that Mr. Devine was concerned about taking off, because then we got to add it back on, and that gets complicated. So I would really like us, whether it's a committee doing it, that Chairwoman Harris would designate folks, or whether we do something as a whole board, but really meet with city council and county council. I realize for this project, county council would be probably the more appropriate folks to meet with, but I am worried that, you know, when we say $31 million, it's going to begin to balloon, because this is a huge project, and if we get stuck with it, it'll be harder for people to buy in down the road, because they won't feel like they've got to. And I really would love to get some buy-in from the county for a project that will absolutely impact not just the education of kids, but the community as a whole. So I'd love to hear whether that's something that we could think about doing.
I can speak to that from this standpoint, Commissioner Lomanak. I've already started having some conversation with county council as it relates to this project. As you know, they have some ARPA money, et cetera, out there that we are talking through some things right now in getting some funding. So there are some conversations being had. I haven't gone to them with a formal request, because I can only do that with the board's permission. But I have had some individualized conversations, and believe it or not, a lot of them are very supportive of this, especially when I shared with them the reasoning for this. And I understand where you're coming from with needing IAs, because God knows we do need them. But I think we've taken note as a district that our kids are coming to us further and further behind. We've put programs in place such as allowing daycares to come in and be trained by us, with Ms. Hagwood knows, and it helps to a certain degree, but to a certain degree, it hasn't rendered to us what we need to see. I think the piloting of the 3K program down at Gaston kind of opened our eyes to the earlier we get these children, the better off they are. Those kids that were piloting that program at Gaston 5-6 years ago are some of those top performers now. So we know getting them early works. I see it from, I guess, both ends, that if we're able to get these children, you know, the state, you know, provides programs for a certain portion of these young people, the 3- and 4-year-old, but here's the district looking at a portion that does not meet those qualifications. I hear kindergartner teachers tell me all the time how far behind children are. There's a language bank that our children should have by the time they come to school in pre-K, and it's not there. So it's kind of hard to run a race when you're not even at the starting line. You're behind the starting line because, and you know, kids are not getting what they need from that first teacher or whatnot. A lot of the things that we've implemented over the years in the district, I can honestly say we've got some of the best support programs for our daycares. Some take advantage of them, but some of them don't. We've watched this program, and I'll speak totally to what happened in Spartanburg. Dr. Witherspoon, that was a collaboration. And that's why those conversations are beginning to be had right now, because there is funding out there that we can go after to keep this program operational. And I think that's the piece that is mostly important. And there are several organizations. I know there's a healthcare component, and bless Vince, but he and I had already started talking about the involvement of Prisma and facilitating that pediatrician coming in with those well checks, et cetera, and how we would partner. The vision stuff, we talk about how a lot of times our students get to us and we don't realize they have visual issues. The average kid you see got a new pair of glasses by the 4th or 5th grade. But those visual issues probably was there all along. But look how many years we've lost that we should have had those children in our class. So it's a lot of moving parts to meet the needs of the total child, that when that child gets to where they're now in kindergarten, they're where they need to be, and we can see the gains that we need to see as we grow these children. So yes, there is some collaboration. To answer your question, some conversations are being had right now. Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you. We are going to lose our stream in 2 minutes. So we need to, if we can, recess while the stream gets reset for more time. Mr. Griffin, what do we need, about 4 minutes?
Yeah, everybody need to take a stretch anyway.
It ends in 4 minutes, but he needs 5 minutes to reset, right? So
Can we recess, and then that'll be those 4 minutes can be tied to the 5? It'll only be 5? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a brief recess. Those that are out there in the listening audience, we're coming back, but we're gonna take a brief recess so that our IT folk can get our streaming restarted for us.
11:27.
Okay? We're recessing at 11:27? Thank you. Board stands in recess. From recess, Dr. Witherspoon did say anyone that needs a note for their spouse, he's writing those. Just take a picture right quick and send it to him that we are really still here at SAB. We left off with Mr. Carlin. We were talking about the Early Childhood Center facility. I'm sorry, the reallocation of the fund balance. And someone had the floor. Dr. Witherspoon, I believe you were talking, so we're going to go back to you.
I think you were. Madam Chair, I think you were responding or talking about the need for the pre-K center.
Right, and then you chimed in, and you had it for. You done forgot. Okay, you forgot.
Unless there's
I'm
another
sorry.
question.
Any other questions, Ms. Commissioner Weston?
I think that there are wonderful ideas for the system, the Early Childhood Center. I have so many questions about it, like when we had the penny tax and we passed it and there was nothing to say that's what it's going to be spent for, that's what it's going to do. So, some of my questions are going to transportation that we talked about, but because of where it is, what parent's going to want their 0 to 4 or 5 traveling that distance there? And will it be open to everyone in Richland 1 so that people from Broad River and other places could come and use the facility?
Our plan, Commissioner Weston, is actually, as we're talking about funding and those types of things, to eventually have at least 2.
Right. I heard
The
that.
one that
Broad River Road.
we're starting with now, and then another in the Broad River Road area. And what staff had done getting us to this point, we know where those students are birthed for and all, and where the need is. Thus, this site being determined as well as in the Broad River Road area, which indicates there are students or, birth to age, our future students. There is a need, which means there are, that population exists in that area. And then we still have pre-K programs across the district. We added, going into this fiscal year, 6 additional 3K classrooms as well. So again, this is adding to what we're doing across the district. So there is a population there. There is in the other part of town, other part of the district, and that's our goal, to be in a position. And then, as Commissioner Harris, Chairwoman Harris indicated, in these conversations, yes, this one, but hey, there is a need for another center. So that's where those conversations are going. And we have opportunity. I wanted to add to what Chair was saying. When we budget season, when we go to county council, things such as this, and we say, you know, why are we asking for the funds that we're asking for? We outline where we're looking at increasing programs, adding programs. Thus, you know, if there's a need to ask, and as we do, and Ms. Devine says this on an annual basis, we do our budget on a needs base. So, so when we when we go to the county, that's where we bring up these things. But there are discussions and conversations had before then.
Will it be designated to also include teachers and staff and their children?
Well, we do have a process, again, for staff enrollment in any of our facilities. So those process and procedures that we have in place would be carried over into this as well. There is opportunity for that.
I would think that as a teacher, if I had a young child, that is a added benefit.
Oh, yeah.
To know that I can do that. And
Yes.
so that will be a good way of recruiting and retaining teachers if that were available to them.
Absolutely.
It would be a good incentive
Absolutely.
anyway. So we talked about, I asked earlier about transportation. And since we're so short on bus drivers and buses and everything else, will it be a drop-off, or they're going to put
And some of that I'm
chairs in
going to
the
defer to
little
Mr.
buses?
Collins, because there are some age requirements
Right.
and restrictions on size and all of that.
Right.
We couldn't use the buses for those students, so that we'd have to do special transportation. So
Car seats.
we would have to still work that issue out, plus who's going to be able to get in, whether, we probably will offer it around the district, but some may not be able to do that at this time, but we also have to work out transportation.
Will there be a requirement for admittance? Is it based on income? Is it based on, there's just so many questions.
Yeah.
Sure, and we will work through all of those as we do when we add programs such as language immersion, some of the magnet programs and all that. So we have processes that we've used that can be used in this instance, as in this case as well. So we're familiar with lotteries, with zone programs for a particular zone or cluster or what have you. We have experience working through that.
Okay.
Dr. Witherspoon, and to Commissioner Weston's point, let me add two things. At the legislative meeting that we did with our legislators, we shared this with them. So I meant to share with you also, Mr. Lomanak, there are dollars even with the state. We are also working with our delegation. So it's a lot.
I saw that.
I think they're kind of blown away that we have this unique opportunity. Number two, to Dr. Witherspoon's point about the facility, I don't know if we can get back to Spartanburg, because I think that's probably the closest one. So the board that didn't get to see that facility that's there, that has this already, I think it would really open up everybody's understanding, because, you know, if you remember, they set us down and we asked a lot of the same questions, and they said, we did this. United Way played a part. There's a lot of folk that, when you do something at this level, they commit to it, because they realize the outcome of what's gonna happen. So a lot of folk, we're gonna come in for 5 years, we're gonna give you this amount, you know, to help with this, to help with that. So I think, and I can work on that with Eva, to see if we can track them down to see about a tour.
Yeah.
Again, for the newer board members, so they can kind of see this facility in action with the babies, with the toddlers, how it's handled, with the pediatrician coming in, with the well visits, the parents, because they've got to be partners in this. This is major. But I think once we saw it, I remember Commissioner King, when she was here, she talked about the project, because I think she went with us, to see it for yourself. You really understand what it did. And it took that entire community in Spartanburg and lifted it. And that's what we're trying to do, is get this rut that we find ourselves in early on. If we can give them a strong start, the final result is going to be solid. And we're putting everything it is in place. You know, kids got to go to the doctor. We gave them virtual school. Kids' behavior, we gave them reset. Kids this, we got our one champs coming. But now we're seeing that they're coming to us more and more further and further behind. And that's the good thing about data. Data is showing us it's fixable, but you got to put a plug in there and stop the hemorrhaging before we bleed to death. We've got to get this thing rolling. But I will work on trying to see if we can set that up. Maybe we can take a road trip in 2023, so you all can see it firsthand. Commissioner Clyburn and then Commissioner Bishop.
And with that, Chairwoman Harris, with that Spartanburg visit, if we could maybe ask them, you know, prior to us coming, so they could have time to gather some data for us, so that we can see where they started and what the effect that, you know, this program has had for their community. I think that would be useful too.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bishop?
Madam Chair, I just want to share some institutional history or knowledge. Being a part of the stadium, being established, this is a process.
Right.
And it's not like this is going to, you know, gonna drop out of the sky and be planted there overnight. So the oversight, the interaction, you know, the educational opportunity of knowing how this goes is going to come. And they're going to constantly come back to us in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, so that we'll know every step of the way before the ribbon is cut. And so we're going to have to be, you know, students of this process, so we'll know the rise in cost of wood, the rise in cost of concrete. I mean, this is going to be an ebb and flow of a process. So the questions I have is probably going to help me at this stage understand what we're doing, because we got a long way down the road before this is completed. This building is 71,000 feet. 71,000 square feet, right?
Right around there.
See, I'm still a
I'm
student.
sure it's
yeah.
going to change.
Still a student. How much is dedicated to educational space of the 71,000? Any approximate?
Half, maybe? Is that about right?
About half, so 35,000 or 30,000 feet for educational space? A little bit over? All right, I'm still a student, so I'm studying, okay? How much space does each child need? I'm getting down to, you know, to the details. Because I'm trying to figure out, are we building towards the need in the community or overbuilding? You see what I'm saying? So I think each child needs a certain space at this level to be educated. And I'm not sure what that is. I think I've heard that before.
While they're coming up from a programmatic aspect, I will say part of working with the architects and all of that, and they're still doing that. There are formulas.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
know,
There you go.
around that, and you know, and they're the architects and the folks we've been working with to this point. They've done some visits, we've done some visits, but it's for a pre-K center. You know, what are those needs? We want a 300 so. And there are formulas around, okay, you need this much parking, you need this much, and from classroom space around this size and all. But that's something that they've done some work programmatically and done some visits and all of that. And they've been talking with you know, our facilities folks as well as our architects to build, as they continue to fine tune and to build this out.
All right.
So, Dr. Hagwood.
Sure. While Ms. Wiley is gathering the exact numbers, I think that's what she's trying to pull up right now. I will say that we make sure that the plans are aligned with what's required by DSS.
Yeah.
So the numbers are based on how small the children are. So it's not a one number, but it depends on the age, as you know. I know you already know this. So babies need a certain amount of square feet versus as the kids grow older, they need more room to move around. And so We can get you those exact numbers, so that we'll pass those on to Dr. Witherspoon. But just, I think the most important point is that we were very careful to follow all of the guidelines that DSS lay out for you, because that'll be the agency that we have to make sure we're adhering to.
That's a great response. Ms. Wiley, I wait to get that report, but that's something I would like to know, okay? All right.
And what I'm going to ask with that information, if you can provide that, Dr. Witherspoon, if you have it for us Friday,
Okay.
that way everybody will get it, because we know right now we got a lot of questions about the facility now. But if y'all can just make sure that all of the board gets that via email or in our packet, whatever works best.
Sure.
Okay? Any additional questions for Mr. Carlin, Commissioner Myers?
I'm just gonna keep it plain and simple. You had an opportunity to work with the DOT with the roads and widening up the roads, anything?
Not specifically yet, except for we do know we can't go out on the Kaufman Road, so we're gonna have to, the entrance is gonna have to be on that side street.
And the reason why I asked that question, living in Lower Richland area, if any accident happened on Garner's Ferry, the back roads is behind and backed up, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, no, we haven't had that discussion yet.
Okay, any additional questions?
I just have one more comment. I just wanted to make a point that we need to be, I guess, careful in our thinking about this investment, because this is an investment. When you talk about how much money something costs, this is going to be, maybe a changing figure. And, we all know about housing, and when we build houses, things fluctuate and change all the time. So I just don't want to, us or anyone up here to have some expectation of a specific ceiling. And, things happen, and there are going to be some things that need to change. And I just don't want to set this up for failure or set people up for any expectation and, they said it was going to be this amount, and then we're criticized for it not being that amount and being, more. It's going to be expected. So let's just go ahead and get that in our heads. Oh, it's late. I don't need to say about that.
Okay, any additional comments? And to your point, Commissioner Clyburn, I remember when we were building the stadiums, Commissioner Bishop, and it was supposed to be a set amount.
Yeah.
And then OSF changed some standards to the bathrooms,
Yep.
and we had to.
A few
Well, how much was it?
A few things were changed.
Yeah.
I think we had another 15 million.
And it wasn't on us, it was on OSF.
Yeah.
So, but we made those changes, and today our children are enjoying some of the best-looking stadiums, in my opinion, in South Carolina for the amount of money we paid for them. Any additional questions or comments from anyone? Okay, seeing none, we will call for the vote. Electronic?
And voting on,
It just popped back up.
Let the record reflect that the vote for a request for reallocation of the fund balance is 5 yeas and 2 abstentions. Tonight, the motion did pass. Thank you so very much, Mr. Carlin.
We're gonna take 8.07 now.
Yes, we'll go back now to 8.7, which is the Early Childhood Center Facility Naming Committee. Mr. Carlin?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Witherspoon, pursuant to the policy FF naming facilities, the administration is recommending board approval for the chair to appoint a naming committee for the Richland 1 Early Childhood Center. The administration so recommends.
You heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Myers and second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll now open the floor for question or discussion. Okay, seeing none, let me just give a quick summary. Upon the authorization from the board, the method of selecting a naming for a facility or any part thereof will be as follows. The chair will appoint a committee of 7 members, including representatives from the following groups: a lay citizen of the attendance area to be served by the facility, which will be 3 individuals, 1 board member, 1 district office member, a district teacher, 1, and not teaching in or affiliated with a school within the attendance area to be served by the facility, and then the district principal's administrator, 1, and not working in or affiliated with a school within the attendance area to be served by the facility. Upon that selection, the superintendent or his or her designee will provide public notification that the committee has been established, and we'll make sure the board gets that, and that public input will be sent to the committee. After considering the public input it receives, the committee will arrive at a consensus recommendation and present it to the board for consideration. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands what the process what the process will look like after we take the vote if it's approved. Are there any questions or discussions? Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous for the Early Childhood Center Facility Naming Committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Carlin.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Office of Human Resources. Wow. Dr. Long. We'll begin with 10-1, which is the HR personnel updates. Dr. Long.
Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, and Dr. Witherspoon, the personnel HR updates were provided for you all during executive session as information.
This is an information item. Floor is open for any questions or comments. Seeing none, hearing none, we'll move on to 10-2, administrative hire. Dr. Long.
The administration recommends hiring Sierra Bing for the position of Director of Budget Services in the Office of Financial Services for the 22-23 academic year. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval. Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll open the floor for any question or discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous. The administrative hire, as previously stated in 10-2, has been approved. 10-3, leave of absence.
The administration recommends the approval of a leave of absence without pay for the employee TF. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval. Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll open the floor for question or discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous. The leave of absence, as previously stated in 10-3, has been approved. 10-4, leave of absence. Dr. Long.
The administration recommends approval for the leave of absence without pay for the employee JB. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll open the floor for question or discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous. The leave of absence, as previously stated in 10-4, has been approved. 10-5, hiring of personnel.
The administration recommends hiring all the teachers on the attached list for the 22-23 year. There are 4 teachers listed. And for the 23-24 year, there are 5 teachers listed. The administration so recommends.
You've heard the recommendation of the administration. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval. Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Clyburn. We'll open the floor for question or discussion. Seeing none, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Let the record reflect the vote is unanimous. The hiring of personnel has been approved as previously stated in 10-5. Thank you so very much, Dr. Long.
Welcome.
We'll now move down for the last superintendent's report for the year of 2022. Dr. Witherspoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As the board certainly reflected on the contributions and personal and community impact and district impact of Mr. Ford, I too have had the opportunity certainly to work with Mr. Ford as superintendent, as he was a member of this board, and also in the community work that he did tirelessly after he left this board, and certainly echo all of the sentiments of the board in that regard, and condolences to his wife Pat and his son Marcus and daughter Robin. And I will say this as superintendent, and certainly as continue to learn and grow, certainly from this board, but did the same with Mr. Ford. Even after he left, I would often call up Mr. Ford, from a board perspective. What do you think about A, B, C, and D? And he would give me his board perspective, and certainly would take those things to heart. So, but just some few things, and you all mentioned some things, and Commissioner Devine earlier mentioned telehealth. We were one of the and Mr. Ford was at the fore of that, and we were one of the first districts in the state of South Carolina to offer telehealth with him. The mobile units that we send, he was at the fore of that. Flu shots, and we mention every season about flu shots and offering locations and all. He made sure, as they did flu shot centers across Prisma's footprint, Richland 1 was certainly at the fore of that, because again, given the entirety of our community and population, those that with sometimes chronic conditions and so forth, getting the flu could be more detrimental. And he certainly recognized that. And if our parents and grandparents were ill, that could impact student learning and student well-being. So he recognized that. During COVID, he worked with Prisma, and we were one of the first districts, certainly in the Midlands, to partner with a healthcare agency to offer COVID shots. And if you notice, you think back, we had 2 designated days for Richland 1 staff. As soon as they moved to, I think it was 1B or whatever designation at the time, but we were able to offer flu shots, COVID vaccinations, both the first one and the second one. And he also made sure not just Richland 1, but districts in the Midlands during COVID, early stages and throughout, that we would have Zoom calls and conference calls with doctors, with healthcare professionals, with Prisma Health, so we could ask questions as we developed our plans and put forth. So we always had an opportunity to have healthcare professionals from Prisma Health to interpret sometimes or reinforce CDC guidelines, DHEC guidelines, and from a health professional. Commissioner Bishop, concussion protocols. Mr. Ford was at the fore of that years ago, of making sure that when we did our training with coaches and all that He had doctors come in and gave us information, the district information on concussion protocols. He was also at the fore, Madam Chair, as the district years ago worked with getting athletic trainers and so forth. So as you all stated, a lot of what has occurred in this district to be some of the first in the state, or certainly early adopters around health and vision and screening, telehealth, and so forth and so on. He led those charges, and those things, just about all of these things, all are still in place, and we still continue to move forward. I would certainly say, there's a saying about roots, if you will, creating the shade and for others and other generations. He has certainly worked, as a commissioner, as being on this board, and as a community leader, to lay a lot of strong roots for this district and for our community. And Madam Chair, I think you mentioned, you referenced continuing to build on that and continue to move forward. I used to have some conversations with Mr. Carlin. I know he used to grill Mr. Carlin a lot on budget. I think my first meeting here, we were in committees, and he and Ed got into a lively discussion on budget, and I didn't know, that was standard. I'm sitting in committee, I'm like, okay, what's going on? And then and he said, and Ed said afterwards, this is what we do. And I was like, okay. I said, okay. And others on staff had similar conversations. And we all know he would ask tough questions of certainly the superintendent and of staff, but it was to make us better. It was to cause us to think, and he used to say to me, before a meeting or before, now, Mr. Superintendent, I'm going to ask this, and I'm going to say this. Now, you can respond or not respond, but I am going to. So he would give me heads up of comments or questions, which I appreciated the heads up. But I appreciated, the tough questions that he would give. So, again, I too have those stories and certainly appreciate what he did. Earlier this evening, we formally recognized Creighton Middle School for being named a National Banner Unified Champion School. And also want to note that Creighton has received its second redesignation as a Schools to Watch by the National Forum to Accelerate Middle Grades Reform. And also congratulations to Principal Burns, who was recently recognized by the South Carolina Association of School Administrators as a finalist, one of the finalists for the 2023 Middle School Principal of the Year. And once again, congratulations to Ms. Burns, congratulations to Creighton Middle School. Congratulations to Lewis Greenview Elementary School third graders Amaya McKnight and Raven Birch Wilson, who will receive the 2022 Reading is Fundamental Award from the Bredell Family Foundation. The Bredell Family Foundation is dedicated to strengthening communities by helping individuals on their path to higher learning. It works to aid communities by focusing on humanitarian, benevolence, education, and scholarship gifts. Amaya and Raven are being honored for their achievements in the Foundation's Readathon. They will be presented awards during the Foundation's 21st Anniversary Gala and Scholarship Awards Banquet in Ocean City, Maryland on Saturday, December 17th. Congratulations. Congratulations also goes to AC Flora High School senior Markel Townsend on being named the Richland County High School Football Player of the Year by the Richland County Recreation Commission. As a part of the award, Markel received a $2,000 scholarship. Markel has received several offers from colleges and universities to play football. We look forward to formally recognizing him at an upcoming board meeting. Congratulations as well to the 6 other Richland 1 student athletes who were nominated for Football Player of the Year award. Tomorrow, December 14th, representatives from Office Depot and Office Max will present a $20,000 check to John P. Thomas Elementary School. In partnership with Rounded Up America, the 2 retailers collected more than $2.2 million in donations from back-to-school shoppers and business clients across the country this summer. The donations will benefit nearly 70 Title I schools, including John P. Thomas. Thank you to Office Depot and Office Max and everyone who made donations through this initiative. At our last board meeting, we shared information about R1 Champs, Caring Hearts Making Positive Shifts. That initiative for which we are looking for men to serve as volunteers in our schools. Yesterday evening, December 12th, we held the first of 3 information sessions at St. Andrews Middle School. The other information sessions are scheduled for tomorrow, December 14th, at Lower Richland High School, and Thursday, December 15th, at W.G. Sanders Middle School. Both sessions will be held from 6 to 7 p.m. in the school media centers. For details about R1 Champs and to sign up, please go to our website at richland1.org. And I want to thank the gentleman that showed up at St. Andrews last evening. Great turnout. We even had, Madam Chair, board members, we had a parent, a dad, that is not in our district, actually in another district, but came and signed up because he heard about the initiative and he wanted to be a part. So we thank our men at first, and we're going to open it up, but we thank the men in advance for wanting to be a part. Last week, December 8th, we held our virtual magnet fair to provide parents with information about the many outstanding magnet programs we offer students at all grade levels in Richland 1. We're excited about expanding our magnet programs next year thanks to the $15 million grant the district has been awarded by the U.S. Department of Education. We are now accepting magnet program applications for the 2023-2024 school year. The application deadline is January 31st. Parents can go to our website, richland1.org, for more information and to access the application portal. Finally, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tuesday, December 20th will be the last day for students and staff before our winter break. Schools and administrative buildings will be closed through January 2nd. Monday, January 3rd, will be a teacher workday, and students will head back to school on Tuesday, January 4th. Happy holidays to everyone. Have a great winter break, and enjoy your time with family and friends, and please be safe. Madam Chair, this concludes the presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Witherspoon, for that report. We'll now open the floor for any additional questions or comments for the superintendent before we close out the superintendent's report. Seeing none, hearing none, Dr. Witherspoon, you got out easy tonight. Okay. We do want to, on behalf of this board, wish all of our Richland 1 family a very happy holiday season, a very happy and safe holiday season. We certainly look forward to seeing you in the 2023 year. Pray that you have a wonderful time with family and friends. To my colleagues, we will see you on Friday for our work session, which begins at 12 noon. So we've got one more meeting before we can say we're done for the year, but we appreciate you and your willingness to be there on Friday. Eva's going to cook something really good for us. We do have one last announcement before we adjourn, and that is the next regular board meeting of the Richland 1 Board of Commissioners will be held on Tuesday, January the 10th, 2023, here at the Stevenson Administration Building at 1616 Richland Street, Columbia, South Carolina. And if there's no objection from the board, we can consider ourselves dismissed. Have a good night.